Welcome to the RedDeathMask stream. How you doing, everybody? Hello and welcome. Oh, it's your birthday, rude dude? Well, happy birthday. How the hell are you? Welcome. You should have sent me. I would have honestly I would have started sooner, but should have sent me a message, you know? I could have started just for you. I could have streamed all day. Just for you, buddy. How's my audio sound? I hope it sounds good. I hope maybe it's slightly louder than before, while hopefully still not being too loud, but we'll see. Happy birthday to Rude Dude. You know Rude Dude, then yeah, everybody should go to his house right now and give him a birthday cake. Yeah, you're good, dude. It's your birthday. Do whatever you want. We're always in here right when I get on, so you know, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, and have a happy birthday. Hopefully, you get lots of wonderful gifts or joyous experiences. All right. Well, today I'm here to read more spooky stories. We got quite the little docket set up here, and we even got more that I might might get to this time, or I might get to next time. We're gonna start off with Fox by TireMunchingRobot, which almost sounds kind of dirty, but is I don't think it is. I think it's just a Reddit name, but and then next we are gonna do They Chased Us with Tanks, which sounds like maybe a war horror, refugee maybe like type story. And then I Think I'm Dying, right? Oh, sorry. By it's They Chased Us with Tanks from CustomerCareSkeleton. And then we're moving on to I Think I'm Dying, right? By Ohai Mark 01. Yeah, and those are the three stories I'm gonna for sure get to today. And then I also have three more, not too long ones that if I don't get to today, I will definitely get to next time. But we have Her Name Was Sarah from AfraidNovel, and then Electronic 2 from electronic underscore 2 underscore 7421. The sun has yet to set here at Metamortem, is what I'm gonna call it. Metamortem probably will just be the short name for that. And then we have I drive a night taxi. I think my latest fare is wearing my last fare's skin, which seems kind of fun. And yeah, that's a no sleep story, but it got submitted to me on the post, so I'm gonna check it out. Again, thank you to everyone who posted on this post from Creepcast submissions. I'm still picking through these submissions. There's a few that people posted and then like either their account got suspended, or there's some few stuff that's happened that's made it, or like one guy sent me a link to a Ko-Fi, but I don't know if I just don't have a Ko-Fi account or if you have to sign in to read the stories, but I've read stuff off of Ko-Fi before, and I thought I was just able to, I don't know, get a link to the actual story. So, yeah, if you're one of those people, I mean, I prefer Reddit links, but that's just because I know them. I'm familiar with them. I can probably read your story if it's on Ko-Fi. I just have to decide if I want to actually like make a Ko-Fi account or if I even have to have one to read it. So, yeah, but that is that's what's on the docket for today. Here, let's get some mood music going. And I'm just gonna loop this hour long. We're probably gonna have to turn it way down. Still fairly loud here. I think we're gonna try it like that, and then we'll change it if we need. All right, good on ya, mate. Let's get. Yeah, it's funny because like I can barely hear it, but I know on my stream it's much louder. So I guess I'm just gonna have to trust that. Right now, it's a pretty. I mean, it's chill music, but hopefully it's chill enough volume. This music was supplied by, well, not supplied, but it was recommended to me from Rude Dude, so thank you for that. I like it. I don't know how much I'm gonna like it for reading stories, but I really just, I mean, it's really chill. I like it just as background music and noise regardless, so. All right. Well, we're gonna start with Fox. Interesting short title. I have no idea what this is about. I assume maybe it's about a place called Fox. There's a fox in it, But I like a I like a title like this as opposed to, long ass title that explains what the story is about almost in its entirety. And again, I'm sure it's a good story and, not hating on it, but plenty of no sleep titles have to be like this in order to get any traction. And I understand that, but like I drive a night taxi. I think my latest fare is wearing my last fare's skin. Well, we already know where the horror from this story is going to come from. I think maybe the best part about that one will be the execution, or how much it seems like it's a real person who found the no sleep board, and they're telling a real story. Yeah, that is gonna, is it a creature that's wearing the skin? Is it not really an actual person kind of thing? That is where that horror will come in. But this story with a name like Fox, it could be about anything. It could be wildernessy. It could be, it could have nothing to do. It could take place in a city, and I like that, and I like that for the title. So let's get into it. Fox by TireMunchingRobot. It was autumn, somewhere around mid-October. My friends and I were marching around the city, freezing our Midwestern asses off, Milwaukee to be precise, when we spotted a bar. Okay, so we're in a city, we're in Milwaukee. Interesting. Oh, the Tipsy Fox. Okay, the Tipsy Fox is the name of the bar. Okay. So cool. I already like, don't get me wrong, I like a good secluded horror, but I don't think we get enough city horror. I don't think we get enough, like, creepy abandoned apartment building style of story. And having been in like some abandoned buildings and stuff myself, I know for a fact like those places are super freaky. So I like this as a setting. Let's just keep going. But the Tipsy Fox, it looked warm, robust, and like a somewhat fun, albeit foreign, experience. So it was no surprise that we headed straight for the entrance. We talked another group out of occupying a spacious couch in the corner and immediately checked the menu. When we found out just how cheap the drinks were, we made a drastic change to our plans for the night. We weren't getting back on campus conscious. I like that. The only thing that threw me off is that it's called a couch. Is it like a booth? But it's like we talked out of occupying a spacious, I guess it's like a corner booth, corner couch. We immediately checked the menu. They saw how cheap drinks were. I'm almost wondering if this is like the Tipsy Fox sounds kind of like a older timey pub. And he says albeit foreign experience. So I'm wondering if this is like a pub at a time, a tavern lost to time sort of a situation here, which is cool. I like that idea a lot. And if the drinks were that cheap, again, other clues. So I'm already picking up on things that maybe aren't necessarily eerie, but maybe turning me towards some supernatural ideals. Weren't getting back on campus conscious. We were also dead set on achieving this. We were so dead set on achieving this that we even found a non-busy designated driver, Chris Ferry. Chris hated alcohol, and that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy our company while we got on with our debauchery. Quite the opposite. Angela was the one who phoned him, as I, despite coming up with the idea, was too worried he'd catch on that we talked him into hanging out with us just because he had a car. and then rightfully get angry. Okay, so there's a few sentences here that like read a little bit clunky. I mean, they make sense, the point that they're trying to get across, but like up here where it's like Chris hated alcohol, but that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy our company while we got on with our debauchery. Quite the opposite. Meaning, you know, just because he hated alcohol, he could enjoy hanging out. And then Angela was the one who phoned him, as I, despite coming up with the idea, as I was too worried he'd catch on that we talked him into hanging out just because he had a car, and then rightfully get angry. I just don't know if you need the like spite, you know, coming up with the idea and then the rightfully get angry. It's like, we know, I don't know, we know it's justified. We know his anger would be justified if his friends are just using him for a ride, you know. And then it says, and then it goes into, I wish I got to apologize for that, since I know the rest definitely didn't. Foreboding. There were 6 of us, 7 with Chris on board. Here, Dylan, Eric, Marcelo, Angela, and Mary. We all met at the same community college in that city 2 years prior to the night's events. Eric and I were closest. So close, in fact, I don't think I'd have gone out as much with the rest of the group if it hadn't been for him. I had my gripes with the men and a huge crush I desperately wanted to escape on Angela. So yeah, he was my best friend and I his socially inept parasite. That's kind of a harsh way to characterize yourself. Like, I think we all have friends like that, maybe less socially like outgoing friends, or more socially outgoing friends, and we're kind of the hangers on and we kind of go with them or they come with us, and then like you know, that's just the nature of like having friends. I feel like that's, you're not a parasite if you do that, is my point. You're not a socially inept parasite just because, you know, maybe your friend is the one who gets invited to a lot of places and then he just kind of brings you along, like. But I like this dynamic to start, because already we're getting the sense of a kind of like a youthful, maybe not teenagers, but like young adult, you know, meetup. Like, this is a classic horror trope where like the kids are going out to the cabin, like the Evil Dead, or you know, they're going out, you know, or Friday the 13th sort of thing, where all the kids at the lake house are gonna get picked off one by one by the killer. So it's already setting kind of up that you know, young group of both men and women going out doing something together, getting into some trouble, and things can turn horrifying very quickly. But the idea that it's at a bar, again, very cool twist. I like that. Like, it's like, you know, I mean, people can get up to all sorts of things at or around a night of drinking, so it's still not surprising, but it's one of those things where it's like, you think about what happens after the bar as the setting for the horror movie. You don't think about it happening at the bar or the story, you know. You don't think about, you know, the bar itself. There's always a lot of people talking, drinking, you know, music's playing, like you don't think about as that being the terrifying setting. It's always when somebody steps outside or they go to smoke a cigarette in the alley, stuff like that. So interesting. We'll see if this, I'm guessing because the name of the story is Fox, that this is the setting for the horror, but it'll be interesting to see if the setting changes and how much the bar causes sort of what happens, how much the setting influences the plot. The night was going so well. We warmed up with cocktails and eventually got to shots. By 12:30, Eric got sick. He had to go to the bathroom. I offered to help him out, but Ferry, having had only a soda since his arrival, was the better candidate. Okay, Ferry's Chris's last name, right? Yeah, Chris Ferry. Okay. Tipsy Fox was in no way fancy, but it was very popular. They even had a rock band that I noticed was really pulling in numbers. It won't be long till we have to worm around to even reach the bar, I thought, as I watched the 40-something people cheer and try to sing along with the ginger on stage in their inebriated state. I was so drunk it hadn't dawned on me that Chris and Eric were literally doing that before my very eyes, squeezing through. I spent an awkward 5 minutes with Marcelo before he, too, broke off from the table. I was glad he left, and even happier we hadn't exchanged a word the entire day. We both found out we'd spoken behind each other's backs, and it was too soon to make amends. Without anyone by my side, I defaulted to checking my phone. I was so transfixed on my TikTok feed that when one of the dudes came back with a "hey" 20 minutes later, I nearly got spooked. I averted my gaze from the screen and was met with a surprisingly spry Eric. "Where's Chris?" I asked. "Oh, he stayed in the bathroom, taking a piss. Maybe it was the alcohol or the lights or the sleepiness, but I specifically remember how even his eyes had this glossy shine to them, like he wasn't just doing better, but hyper aware and awake. The kind of peepers you meet on a drug addict." "Are you feeling better?" I tried not to make eye contact after noticing that, kinda hard when he towered over me, deliberately not crashing on the sofa. "Pretty good, yeah. Barfed a bit, but what can you do? You, not gonna sit?" "Nah, I gotta ask you something." Eric was sweating profusely, which helped fuel my drug-related suspicions. He then looked off into the crowd or towards the entrance for a moment, which kind of reminded me of my family's old guard dog. How he'd freeze mid-play, get all silent, and try to figure out if he heard a coyote or only the leaves rustling. "Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask you something. You got $50? He went on, modulated. $50? What do you need $50 for, dude?" I must have sounded rasher than usual because he frowned deeper than I'd ever seen him frown before. More shots? I met with the guys on the way back, and they instructed me to get them tequila. You want tequila, right? I'm not sure, man. I don't want to get sick." I could already feel a battle stirring up between my gut and the alcohol. "Oh, come on, man. You're not chickening out, right?" "What? We're all supposed to black out. Except for Chris." "Except for Chris," he parroted and threw a finger gun at me. Yeah, he's definitely on amphetamines. Did you take something in the bathroom? I finally had enough. Take what? What are you talking about? Okay, I inhaled deeply and sketched a condescending smile. Eric, Chris didn't give it to you. We should probably get you help. What? Yeah, sorry, that just throws me off, because even our character seems astute, like he's noticing that he's on drugs, and he's been drinking too. Like, they've all been drinking. It's been very well established that Chris isn't the only one that's drinking, and Chris was helping Eric in the bathroom, and Eric is this guy's best friend, right? He's like, me and Eric, we're best friends, right? Yeah, Eric and I were closest, so him and Eric are best friends. And Eric comes to the bathroom, back from the bathroom, and is clearly acting weird, like wants $50, like maybe he does want to buy drugs. I think that's a fair assumption, and he's maybe being, I mean, it's already weird to ask your friend for money, so it's like, he's not making it weird, it is just weird. And so he's kind of like being like, what do you need $50 for? And then he's like, did you take something in the bathroom? And then Eric, if Chris didn't give it to you, like, to me that line is just kind of like out of left field. Or like, yeah, Chris is the sober one. If he doesn't give you money, like, you probably don't need it. Or, you know, maybe they have that kind of relationship where like he's always asking for stuff, but it's like, to just be like, we should get you help, like, while you're both drunk at the bar, is just crazy to me. Like, you know, even if he is like you learn that like this is your best friend, you've known each other for years, you know that they don't do drugs, and then they come back from the bathroom and they're like, yeah, I just tried meth, you know what I mean? Or what, like the craziest drug, I just tried meth and heroin, like the most insane thing. Like, I still, at that moment, I wouldn't be like, well, we need to get you help. I would be like, are you serious? You know? And then I'd be like, maybe just calm down and we'll figure this out later, kind of thing. Like, but because he's asking for money and just be like, we should probably get you help, to me that just is like a crazy kind of thing to say for our character, because it's like, oh, you're asking me for money and you appear to like you might be on drugs. Well, you know, you probably need an intervention. We probably need to turn this bar into a recovery center, into a detox center or something. It's like, it's just, to me, that line is just unbelievable, and I think it should be like, okay, like, it should be like, it should just be a question. It shouldn't be like, you need help. It should be like, well, did you ask Chris for $50 or ask someone else? Like, it should be that sort of thing. And then you can see, like, if he's just gonna ask everyone for $50, and then you can be like, dude, I'm not giving it to you unless you tell me what it's for, you know, sort of thing. Like, that is how you can move the conversation forward. But then Eric says, dude, I'm not on drugs, we're drunk, you're the one acting weird. And see, that seems like a genuine response to being like, I think you need help. He spoke with exaggerated head movements, but I trusted him. So, about the $50, you got any? Nope, I innocently lied, and in that very moment he slowly flashed a gummy green, toothy grin, as if he couldn't hold in a joke, and I thought he'd break out into laughter, but he did not. He just exhaled sharply to suppress it, I imagine. He just exhaled sharply to... Wait. But he did not. He just exhaled sharply to suppress it, I imagined. That's not Eric's smile. The thought more of an instinct ran through me. Oh shit, sorry. The thought more of an instinct ran through one ear and exited the other, like a bullet train. Nah, that's crazy talk. Don't you have $50? I went on as if nothing happened. We'll lend it back? I don't understand why this says wheel. Don't you? I went back as if nothing happened. I'm just gonna keep reading because I feel like I've kind of stopped the story too much a little bit here. And so I feel like it might be killing the pacing. So I'm just gonna try to power through this and hope that it makes sense. But if not, I'll read it again. So I'm gonna start back up here. So about the $50, you got any? Nope, I innocently lied, and in that very moment, he slowly flashed a gummy green, toothy grin, as if he couldn't hold in a joke, and I thought he'd break out into laughter. But he did not. He just exhaled sharply to suppress it, I imagined. That's not Eric's smile. The thought, more of an instinct, ran through one ear and exited the other, like a bullet train. Nah, that's crazy talk. Okay, yeah, so this is what he's saying to himself. Nah, that's crazy talk about it not being Eric's smile. Don't you have $50? I went on as if nothing happened. We'll lend it back. And no, I don't, he deflected. Yeah, you freaking do. Show me your wallet. That request would haunt me for the rest of the night. No, you show me your wallet. I could sense a pang of genuine rage behind his silliness. I'm not doing this, I proclaimed and leaned back on the couch, putting up a front of complete relaxation just to anger him a little bit more. No wallet, no deal. Eric paused and sighed at that, as if I'd asked the world of him. Dug his hands into his back pocket and very quickly showed me his empty wallet. He put it back in before I could study it, though. I think he did that because he knew Eric's wallet wasn't egregiously... Okay, so yeah, this isn't Eric now. I'm getting... dug his hand into his back pocket and very quickly showed me his empty wallet. He put it back in before I could study it, though. I think he did that because he knew Eric's wallet wasn't egregiously purple or passport shaped. And I knew too because I'd been to the bar with him barely an hour and a half ago. Eric, that isn't your wallet. Yes, it is. He robotically answered very quickly. Whose wallet is that? What the hell is going on with you? That's my fucking wallet, man. You're tweaking. Are you sure you aren't the one who took something? Sitting here all by yourself? His words dragged on, exaggerated and desperate. I was so used to Eric taking the lead that I almost swallowed my doubt. But then, the split second, image of the wallet reappeared, and I couldn't. Of all the strange things I'd ignored up until this point, this I really couldn't. Right as I was about to go off on him, I saw something behind him, a shape. A human dressed in the same AIC shirt. I'm guessing that's the college they went to. AIC shirt and black jeans, pale and massaging his head as if it hurt. Saw something behind him, a shape, a human shape dressed in the same AIC shirt and black jeans, pale and massaging his head as if it hurt. There was no Chris by his side, but he was looking at his phone. And it was his phone, Eric. What the fuck? I watched the second Eric slowly made his way to our table, oblivious to whoever the hell was in front of me. The Eric before me didn't waste a second and looked over his shoulder, making the most wretched, furious expression when he met himself. His skin cracked and crinkled up as if he was made of paper or malleable cardboard. I immediately got up, almost defensively. And true, Eric finally looked up from his text. Hey, he froze as he stared into the eyes of himself. I couldn't say anything either. Okay, interesting. So we have a mimic, whatever, skinwalker copy, but meeting with the original right off the bat. That is kind of interesting, if only because this is normally in a story where you have an uncanny creature and it's mimicking a human. Usually our characters fall for it at first, and this is kind of interesting that right away it's kind of revealed, or right away he kind of catches on and is like, what's wrong with you, Eric? And then all this shit keeps happening. So this is interesting. Also, what I was gonna say is, I think this story, I'm kind of getting the point that our character is chilling in the corner on the couch while there's this concert going on, and it's this really packed bar. And I'm getting the sense that maybe all his friends are kind of about the bar, which is fine, but I think it should have been established earlier that those girls aren't there. It said he wasn't talking to Marcelo or whatever because they're at odds, or they had a disagreement, so they're not really close or whatever. And so the whole time I'm thinking he's at the table, but I'm thinking all his friends are at that table, when it seems no, this is more of a packed bar where everyone's kind of moving about. So I just think the story would have benefited from earlier on being I was alone in the corner on TikTok. Meanwhile, I saw, my friends, roving about the bar. You could say the girls were playing pool, or, just some little line about how, because the whole time he's having this conversation with Eric, I'm is nobody else gonna comment on Eric asking for $50 or being a weirdo? So that to me was kind of it took me a second to catch on that, oh, okay, he's just having this conversation alone with his friend, when now he saw this person in front of him he believes isn't his friend, but is some sort of copy. And now he sees his friend walk up, and they both see this creepy, papery mimic creature, and I couldn't say anything either. That's what it says. They're both kind of speechless. So now I'm a little bit more caught up on, and the conversation makes a little bit more sense as to why he was hey dude, I think you might need help, Because if he's just talking one-on-one, I could see how he was like, you know, I'm worried about you, man, like blah blah blah, like something like that. But I thought his friend just came out of the bathroom back to the table where him and all his other friends were sitting, and I was like, that's weird to just be like, we need to get you help, you know, in front of all the other friends kind of thing. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. But like I said, it's interesting that the mimic is kind of that there's a double, and it's immediately shown that there is this double, you know, going on. I think that's kind of fun. I couldn't say anything either. We really look alike, don't you think? A croaky and treacherous voice broke through the decadent silence. Okay. We really look alike, don't you think? A croaky and treacherous voice broke the decadent silence. It came from deep within. Wallet, Eric. Like a gravelly static recording. A fading recording. His lips didn't move, and his eyes shone like ice. They didn't reflect any of the light surrounding us. Just one little note here. I don't know if ice, because ice does reflect light. I feel like, right? Am I wrong about that? But so to say his eyes shone like ice and then said they didn't reflect any of the light surrounding us, like I'd maybe say like his eyes, you know, I don't know. I don't know what word is right there, but like maybe his eyes shone like stone, or his lips didn't move, you know, his eyes were frozen like stone. They didn't reflect any of the light surrounding us. At that moment, there was no bar, no friends, no drinks. The thing before me and Eric were my whole world, and I could feel burning hot fear replace all my drunkenness. It's saying at that moment there was no bar, no friends, no drinks. The thing before me and Eric, I think it should say, was my whole world. The thing before me and Eric was my whole world, and I could feel that. You know, and maybe that's not even the right. I think it should be something different here rather than was or were my whole world. I think like the thing before me and Eric, you know, but like the thing before me and Eric held all of my focus, or, you know, completely eclipsed everything else, completely eclipsed the entire bar atmosphere, something like that. And I could feel the burning hot fear replace all my drunkenness. "Who the hell are you?" my true friend exclaimed, and quickly moved towards the table as if he needed to be closer to me to make sure I was also seeing this and he wasn't going insane. "I don't know what you mean," it responded and grinned, a shit-eating, snarky smile. "Why are you... what?" I remained silent as Eric's growing confusion showed no signs of stopping. "Henry, what's up with this dude?" It pointed at Eric, its honeyed voice having gone back to normal. If a spot-on imitation of Eric could be called normal. Listen, leave us the hell alone, I answered, my voice hokey. Oh, that's an interesting use of hokey. I know the word hokey, I know what it means, but maybe it's like, listen. Maybe it's like he's trying to use like a fake bravado, like hokey means kind of like cheesy, or it's like, you know, it's like you could say 80s movies are very hokey in that, like, yeah, so mawkishly sentimental. Yeah. Contrived, yes, very. So yeah, contrived. So I do think that's what it means by hokey here. I had just never heard it used in that context of like he's kind of afraid, but he's trying to sound like firm, and then calling that hokey just kind of threw me off. But it's a great word, and I think it is a contrived. You know, he's doing a contrived thing where he's trying to be like, hey, back off, man, sort of thing, you know. Listen, leave us the hell alone, I answered, my voice hokey. I'm not doing anything. Its arm sprung up as if we were cops aiming our pistols directly at it. Do you have a problem with me? We looked at each other and back to the mimic. If you got a problem with me, we can go outside and sort it out. It spoke mockingly, nasally, and I fear I heard some of myself in there. The cherry on top was how its index finger tapped its temple. It'd be real fun. You can even call your friends, make it a family reunion. I'd tell them all about you two, what you really think of them, the lies you want them to believe. It makes me almost pity you, so come on, fix this problem. You got, come and fix it. The flat, whispered monologue lingered loud to the point of defying all logic, ringing through my skull. But you won't, because you see, I'm just like them. Okay. But you won't, because you see, I'm just like them. It then pointed to the performers on stage, cradling their instruments. I sing, you dance. And then it began to walk backwards towards the band's gathering, its arms falling lifeless next to its torso. The band's wild... Okay, is this a bar or is this a venue? Because now the band's wild pyrotechnics and lasers danced furiously as my mind began imagining, at least I hope I imagined, its closed, warping and stretching like obesity-stricken skin, followed by a rippling, massive vein which crawled along its forehead as it kept backing up and backing up and backing up. It backed up until I could see nothing but that awful, dirty grin in between dancing strangers, shuffling soldiers, and then the shoulders covered it. I didn't want to believe it. Who's going to believe something like that? What the hell did we even see? What if it's like mass hysteria, or my rambling thoughts were cut short. What did you two talk about? Eric swallowed spit with the same difficulty one would a 3-inch. Eric swallowed spit with the same difficulty one would a 3-inch ball. It wanted me to lend it $50. I didn't say much. Maybe it was a scammer or something. He sat down, still holding his pounding head. Are you okay? I looked him up and down, noticing a dark stain around his collar, probably regurgitated stomach acid. I'm fine, really. I owe Chris big time. We went our own ways after the bathroom. I can't even remember what he said. Strobe purple covered him. That guy had to have been a scammer. I don't know, man. It was so accurate, like it was you. It knew about Chris, about our group, and how we were gonna get shit-faced. It said we needed money for shots and... He could have been bluffing. He could have guessed, he interrupted me. Both of us whisper shouting. My eyes must have been wide as saucers because Eric couldn't stand looking into them. Yeah, you're probably right. He could have guessed, I said, exasperated, and ran my fingers through my hair. Eric copied me, and for a split second, I questioned reality. Let's get the fuck out of here. His order was music to my ears. I helped him get up, and we grabbed our coats, including my friends'. Then we started making our way towards the bar's counter in hopes of finding our group there. We didn't. We practically fought for space on the dance floor, nearly losing each other or our friends' jackets on more than one occasion, only to come to the conclusion that we probably shouldn't have left the table. Eric stolidly pointed towards the bathroom, which wasn't far from the bar, but the way was blocked by horribly placed support pillars and tables with too many chairs. Having no intent to waste time, we began our trek. The lights were blinding, the music was blaring, my head was spinning, and I realized I was starting to hate the layout. No, the entire establishment. The same establishment I thought so highly of half an hour ago. How are we not finding 5 adult people? Eric shared my frustration after a whole 7 minutes of patrolling around both bathrooms' exits, hoping Angela, Mary, Chris, or Marcelo would pop out in all their drunken glory, but they just weren't there. Maybe they split up? What if we already went outside? What if they're already outside? I probed and tapped my foot on the ground as Eric got so miserable as to start knocking on each stall in the men's restroom and calling out their names. We're such idiots, he paused and gripped the bridge of his nose after being called just that by a rando. We should have called them. Call them or message them right now. I fumbled with my phone as I pushed by yet another drunkard. I gripped my teeth and ended up with Dylan on the line. Is Dylan one of the friends? Oh yeah, it's just the first one in the list of names. Sorry, I forgot. Because the story hasn't really said anything about Dylan yet, so I was like, wait. Dylan, get everyone and let's meet at the exit. Are y'all together? Henry, I can't really hear you, man. Make sure you... A female voice got his attention, and when he returned, he commanded, We'll talk later. The music's really loud. Eric snatched my phone and shouted, "No! Can you hear me now?" He scared the shit out of the guy who was losing his battle with sleep while leaning next to the men's bathroom door. I couldn't even protest as he kept barking at the screen. "Get everyone and come to the entrance. Just wait by the door." Eric knew better than to lead them out there. We speed walked forward as our destination was down the hall from the bathroom. We got blocked by the line of folk waiting to have their pictures taken with band members. Oh, so okay. Pictures taken with the band members. Oh, so that's why they've been playing random pop. I thought the music shift didn't click until I looked upon the empty stage. I found the pause welcome, as if I felt like I was gonna collapse any second now. Eric turned to me and I profited off the uneasy stillness. Are we even sure we saw what we think we saw back there? Yeah, we both saw the same thing. Me, why? I just don't want to ruin their night. I don't know. Listen, Henry, that guy was malicious. He tried to trick you. The things he said, we should be grateful he only wanted money. Who knows what he'd do? Who knows what he'd do to the rest? We finally found a crevice to slip through and sat by a group of smokers who were puffing right under the no smoking near the carpet sign. What if they don't believe our story? I mean, who would? It sounds insane. We say you were nearly robbed and that the guy was gonna come back for more. They'll get the details later. Eric's answer soothed me, and I watched the plumes of gray reach the ceiling, giving the spacious wooden plumes of gray reach the ceiling, giving the spacious wooden like the rest of the Tipsy Fox all this blue hazy look. Outside it was pitch black. The dark Gothic metal door on our left was wide open, just like we found it. We waited impatiently as the line slowly dispersed. I hadn't checked the time in a while, and the second I wanted to pull my phone out, Eric tapped me. Angela, Mary, Marcelo, Chris, and Dylan were all there. I quickly handed them their jackets back. Why'd you call us out here? Marcelo made sure Eric got the question, not me. Henry nearly got robbed. I had to step in. Robbed? Dude, you didn't lose my phone, did you? Chris quickly turned to me, his sleepy eyes widened as if he'd been tased. My brain paused and I began analyzing everything I'd done that night, down to a T. Never did I once take Chris's phone. Phone? Hearing my own voice made me cringe. A knot. Phone? Hearing my own voice made me cringe. A knot had killed all the vigor in it. Henry didn't lose anything. Eric stepped in on my behalf. I felt so embarrassed. I really wished he hadn't. You don't understand. Chris changed targets, dumbfounded. I gave him my phone. When did you give me your phone? I don't remember you ever telling me to take care of your phone, man. God, you idiot. After Eric left the bathroom, you came up to me and said your phone stopped working, that you needed mine. You said something about your mom or some other bullshit. I'm gonna try calling you, Mary whispered. to active volcano, Chris. I stopped. That's when somehow my heart dropped even. I stopped. That's when my heart somehow dropped even farther. If my stomach wasn't there to catch it, I'd probably have felt it beating against the floor. That wasn't me. What? Yes, it was. Angela's accusatory voice, like nails on a chalkboard, bored deep into my soul. Me and Mary were also there, and you absolutely did, Mary only nodded. What the fuck? Chris tried to control himself as he looked through his pockets and back at the pub. I could tell he was counting the amount of people inside, thinking about everyone who could have grabbed it. I felt sick. It wasn't me. That thing, it looks like us. It tried to rob me too by looking like Eric. Eric, what is he talking about? Mary looked almost as uncomfortable as me, but still chimed in. Her call to Chris didn't go through, if you're wondering. I saw another me. He did too. That other me tried taking his cash, spun a good story too. It even talked like me. Eric still came to my defense, even if we were surrounded. You're fucking with us, Marcelo glared, throwing more shit into the fan. I bet you two probably sold it while you were really drunk, he hissed between his teeth. They did, didn't they? Chris snarled, his mask of nonchalance in a total free fall. Or they're planning to, Marcelo finished with a sly smirk. Why would we do that? We're your friends, for God's sakes, Eric grasped. You can check my pockets, all of them. I immediately began tapping my jacket and jeans, pulling out anything and everything, my dorm keys, my phone, my wallet, my bottle opener. I even opened my wallet to show that, no, I hadn't magically hidden it in there. See? What about him? Chris's aggression took a step back, and I could see the light trying to come back to his eyes. I didn't take it, and I wasn't robbed. Eric? Chris's eyes puckered, and he didn't need to say another word. Eric pulled out his wallets, different to the clones, as I expected, dorm keys, passport, which for some reason he always had on him, phone, and wireless earphones. We don't have it, smartass. Don't call me smartass when you're the ones who lost it. I know what I saw. We saw Henry. We saw Eric too, I said under my breath. Mark, you try calling. Actually, we all try, one by one. We gotta tell whoever it is that's got it that we want the phone back. No, not if it shut off. Mary looked up at him with big eyes, and I wanted to smash my head against the wall. Is that what it said? Chris asked her, only for Marcelo to confirm it. Yup, phone's been shut off. You said you gave him the passcode too? Chris buried his face deep in his hands and looked up at the ceiling. Let's go back and look for it at our table. If we do, we gotta stick together. Eric was really worked up by this point, and it showed. I wouldn't be surprised if the stress of the night took months off both our lives. Would you stop with that? Making up things, being paranoid? Angela's second comment was as well received as by us as her first. Just listen to us for fucking once. You know what? How about you two go home? Chris got all up in Eric's face. I instantly got worried they'd actually fight. To think that creature could tear us apart so easily, but it didn't. I tell them about you two, what you really think of them, the lies you want them to believe. I sing, you dance. We were dancing, weren't we? Eric, he's right. We should go. I put my hand on my friend's shoulder, and Eric turned to me, eyes teary by either sudden conflict or sleep deprivation. What about the car? I mean, I don't want to walk all the fucking way back. Eric, please, ditch the car. Leave him be. It was probably the first time I genuinely raised my voice at him in anger. Chris rested his hands on his hips and dragged his tongue across his teeth, a clear sign he didn't want to waste another word on us. My conviction hadn't affected his scrutinizing stare one bit. Call us if you find the phone, I said genuinely. Judging by their looks, they took it as me messing with them one last time. Yeah, and we'll make sure not to talk to any other yous, Marcelo spat venom back. By the time we left, it was 2 a.m. We were exhausted and paranoid. Since when do fucking monsters scam and steal phones? I tried making light of the situation to no avail. Eric, still drunk and teary-eyed, didn't even look at me as he began talking. Henry, how close did it get to me? What do you mean? How good was it at portraying me? I sensed something was wrong the moment I tried making conversation, but I couldn't. I don't know how to explain it. I couldn't see it. The wrongness was intangible. That changed with the wallet and with, well, you. So instincts are their only defense? I guess so. Maybe we shouldn't think about that. No, we should, because what we saw back there, what it said, it was right. You understand that. The thing was more than a brainless zombie or vampire or whatever. It wasn't Jason Voorhees, it wasn't Michael Myers, it was more. I couldn't answer. I didn't know how to answer. You think they'll ever talk to us again? I wouldn't be too optimistic, but I hope it gets Marcelo before they do. I smiled as I delivered that last sentence. Eric threw up a playful punch at my shoulder, and for the first time in however long that chaos lasted, I felt comfortable. We didn't talk much the rest of the night, not about what happened at the Tipsy Fox at least. Chris never found his phone, and the gang gradually stopped interacting with us. I think at some point they even stopped talking to each other, but not because of what happened. Relationship drama was most likely the culprit, although I never cleared it up. Eric and I kept being friends, and for those first few weeks following our ordeal, we tried finding other accounts of the shifter. We still do, just at a much slower pace. We sped past ghost stories, creature features, and anomalous findings. We even read hundreds of submissions off of numerous humanoid, paranormal, spooky, etc. encounter subreddits. First thing of note I'd stumble upon was an officer's story about a night patrol buried deep in the Facebook comments of a stupid AI generated post. It happened in Wisconsin a year back, just 50 miles from Milwaukee. The officer said he arrested a fleeing murder suspect, but was met with someone else when he opened the cruiser's back door near the station. Interesting. Bum bum bum. So that was a fun kind of you know, who's the mimic, or not who's the mimic, but no, oh, you took it, no, you did. And I do think like you know, a monster getting in between friends and tricking them into distrusting or betraying each other, I think can be a fun concept for a story. And it's somewhat effective in this story. The one critique, or the main criticism I have is, or one of the first ones I have, I should say, is this a bar or is this a music venue? Because at first they make it sound like a small, kind of cozy bar where the drinks are real cheap and whatever. And then later it's like, it's got at least 40 people by a stage, or 50 or 100 people. I think it says 40, but then they make it like sound so hard to find their friends, you know, and they make it sound like there's these support beams in front of the bathroom and they can't walk anywhere. So I'm like, unless it's completely packed, which I think the story needs to do a better job of conveying that from the very start, that it's completely packed and the drinks are super cheap, you know, and all that stuff, like, then it might make a little bit more sense. In terms of that, like, it literally said that the show had lights and pyrotechnics. And if you're just at a random show at a dive bar, even if the music's great and the crowd loves it, I can't really see them having like a full pyrotechnic show and all that stuff. Now, having said that, I do think maybe, you know, the most effective part of the story is just this this mimic creature blending in with the crowd and whatever. So I do think the story can use that to its advantage, and could do more of that, where, you know, it comes and it changes into one person and then it goes and fucks with another person. Like, I think it could have done that in such a way where they all met up at different points and were like, no, I just saw you. And then they're like, no, you didn't. You know what I mean? And there could be this kind of fun, like, Scooby-Doo-esque almost thing where the monster's going around and fucking with each one of them and taking their stuff. And, you know, like, maybe once he asks to see his wallet, he'll be like, maybe if Eric was like, I'll be right back. And then he goes to the bathroom and then he goes and tricks Eric into giving him his wallet, and then it causes a whole thing. I think that could be really fun. So yeah, I do think, you know, the story could have some more kind of fun moments like that. Now, having said that, like, I do think it's kind of fun to have a mimic in a crowded place, like at a bar or a music venue or something like that. That is kind of fun. And so yeah, I'm down with that part of the story. And then I have more to say, but I actually it's hitting me hard and I have to go to the restroom. So I'm gonna go enjoy Papa Meat, and then I'll finish talking about the story when I get back. Oh, not this.
Times when something, there's a lot of death. It's fun. A lot of getting hurt, a lot of fucking screaming, crying, all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of emotional depth to even just like being, and I could be the American side of myself, but there's a lot of like emotional depth with just like the innocence of a child and having that like matured or doing whatever. So I, you know, just going off that merit, you're just kind of like, you know, good for you for going there. The little girl, she survives, but I mean, come on. I think that if they would have done anything to kill a little girl, I think they were probably fighting the NC-17 rating. I wonder how much of a lot of the creative decisions in this were because of that. If you go too far, you risk losing that R rating, and I think that they won't even let you show that in theaters at NC-17 or like select theaters or something. So we get a lot of great kills or great interactions. Cheese grater to the leg. That's a rough one. It's definitely farther away now. There's a part where the mom has her tattoo gun because the mom is a tattoo artist and she's getting ready to tattoo her daughter's eyeball, and the daughter like turns her cheek and she tattoos her cheek, and it looks brutal, but at the same time I'm like, man, come on, just go there. Tattoo the fucking little girl's eye. It's dangling right there, and it's like, I want to be like, I'm just kidding. And I just want to be like, fuck it, tattoo her eye, and then she's like, her eye is just filled with like black ink. It'd be fucking brutal. but you know, they still tattoo her cheek and do a bunch of other shit. So it's like, well, what are you gonna do? From there, there's like a bunch of like crazy things, people getting stabbed. A lot of the residents on the other side of the floor, they all get killed in a very fun way. You see it all through the peephole of the apartment looking in, and it kind of, you know, it does feel kind of cheap because you want to have more. I wanted to have more with the people on the floor. You get to see a child get their arms ripped off and thrown in. A guy gets his fucking face bit and she sucks out his eyeball. But then it's kind of like, it's like I said, it's one of those moments where you're like, ooh, but then she spits the eyeball in a kid's mouth and he chokes on it and that's how he dies. And I'm like, that's really dumb. What? Like literally she's like, boop. He's like, boop. And it's like a fucking like 2000s movie. It's like Freddy Got Fingered or something like that. That's what it felt like. They don't do enough to warrant the comedy like an Evil Dead 2, where it's like very over the top and goofy. Like the blood is just so over the top that it's comical. It's like they are trying to take it seriously, but then they try to introduce some comedy, but it just comes off kind of, I don't know, cringe. A lot of great moments though. I mean, just like the mom throwing up. She throws up like an obnoxious amount of what looks like milk. Like it's all over the place and she falls in it and it's just gross. The sound is disgusting. It's just a lot of fun. Watching all of the horribly violent stuff in this film is just a really good time. I mean, like, it's weird saying that because I'm just like, yeah, I wish the little girl died. I really think that I'd say that all my life, but at the same time, I'm like, if we're in this ride together, kind of like, you know, even something like a Terrifier 2 where it's just like it's a sadistic clown. They don't pull back anything. They kind of just always are like, this is just what he does, and like whoever's in his way is gonna, you know, get tore up. It isn't just like an innocent death. It's like gruesome, violating mess. But in return, it makes it comical because of how just over the top it is. It's just so grandiose and stupid that it works out. In this one, I just feel like there's a lot of little moments where could have had something really brutal or fun or even visually fun happen, but they kind of pull back just for the sake of being like, well, I mean, it's a kid. It's a kid, which I get it, but we're already playing the game. Just roll the dice, baby. All right. A lot of the cinematography felt really great. A lot of times when something like, you know, one of those callbacks of like, oh, I'm a tattoo artist. This is my tattoo gun. Better watch out. It's painful. There would be like a kind of a moment where you're like, oh, okay. But then a new shot would come in and there's just a lot of artistic inspiration with how things are framed up, the angles we use, like really trying to sink in and like be as creative and as like fun to look at as possible. Like each little frame that we get to go in, like there's a great scene where the mom's sister is putting her hand in the water, but we do kind of a fun, like almost callback to when Freddy puts his hand out of the water in Nightmare on Elm Street, and it just looks really great. And all the callbacks in these movies, because I feel like there was a couple different callbacks, like the ones that are notable are The Shining and the elevator door splitting out blood at the end, and then also even a bit of a stretch here, but the way the mom even like bites this guy's face and sucks out his eye felt very reminiscent of From Beyond. Little stuff like that. It's like it's not as egregious as like naming the building like Romero Drive or something, where it's like, this one's for you, George Romero. We're fans. It just feels like fun ways to kind of introduce an already like established brand and like the horror community and kind of showing love in other ways, which I thought was kind of cool, but just very artistic and beautiful moments. And like just really a lot of these scenes too, the way they're staged and the way they flow throughout this apartment, because it's this open concept kind of apartment, we're able to kind of like sway through the apartment and really build a lot of great tension and anxiety just through the corridors or the spaces that we're given. It's just a lot of fun. I think that it's really well executed. Pretty cool. Whenever you do these remakes, you have to justify like, well, what was different? Where have we evolved in these processes of like, yeah, it's an Evil Dead film, but what do they do different? What do they do new? And with this one, it was kind of cool that at the end, spoilers. Once again, I just want to, you know, I've already said it once, so fuck you. At the end, the mom's like limbs are all ripped up, and the daughter's like the son and the daughter are both possessed, and only the aunt and the little girl are alive. And the son and daughter crawl inside of the mom, and it creates this like really fun kind of like demonic monster. It's not practical. They were much stronger separated, I'm pretty sure. But the mom does get her leg and arm blown off. So I think the justification was like, this puts the mom still in a threatening position. And then it's also like a weird thing with like connectivity and family, and your family is now conjoined into a monster attacking you. The only complaint that I had with that, because visually I think it looks really fun, it's very body horror and John Carpenter The Thing-esque with having all these things combined, kind of like the dog in that movie, which oddly once again feels like a little bit of a callback. I don't know. But I wish we would have had like more. We just kind of get them barely interacting with it. And that was like one of the problems that I had at the end of 2013's Evil Dead, when the giant hell monster comes up. We get like 2 minutes with it and then she just kills it and it's over. Which is the same thing here, and it does end the same way that every Evil Dead film ends, with a chainsaw. And in this one, it is gory and fun and stupid and over the top, and that's cool with them getting put into the wood chipper. Remember the wood chipper? They get put in the wood chipper, and then the girl takes a chainsaw and like stabs it through her head and all that stuff. Kind of the same same old. Like, I kind of wish that just don't even put the chainsaw in there. You're already doing so many new things. Why, you don't need the chainsaw. And luckily there wasn't a part 2 where like Bruce Campbell was like the pizza man. He's like, special delivery. And people could be like, oh, Bruce! But I bet you he's somewhere in this. I feel like people are gonna be like, actually, he was the homeless man outside the building or something like that. You know what I mean? I bet it's gonna be something like that. But all in all, the movie is it's just good fun. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Evil Dead is a franchise I hold to my heart. Is this the perfect remake or sequel or whatever? No, but like it hit the marks it needed to hit, which is fun kills, good creepy acting, a fun paced movie. Yeah, there was a lot of obnoxious jump scares. The movie also was lit kind of dark. Did you feel it? Just like dark. It was kind of hard to see in some stuff. I don't know if it was just the projection of ours or not, but a lot of the jump scares were pretty annoying. Just like two over the top and too many consecutively fucking hurt my ears after a while. I don't know if that's just my old manness, but I'm just like, my God, turn it down, like freaking out. It hit all the things that I wanted it to hit as an Evil Dead fan, and I think that if you're an Evil Dead fan, you're gonna dig it, and it's a new take on something new. If it's your first time into the series, I would highly recommend going back and watching like Evil Dead 2, and then even the 2013 remake to kind of see how they redid everything, and especially Evil Dead. I mean, Evil Dead 1, of course, but Evil Dead 2, I think, is just... it's Sam Raimi at perfection. It's, dare I say, the best B-horror film of all time. Evil Dead 2. I would probably put it up there. All in all, 7 out of 10. I think it's a fun movie to see. I think that if you don't have anything going on this weekend, go check it out. And I think if you're plumb busy, I think you should just drop those plans and go see it anyways. Horror fans are eating good right now. If you love horror, go support the movie. Be sure to, go support your local movie theater too. Come on. What the fuck are we doing? If I had a horror film and there was children in it, I would make it an orphanage and I would kill all the children. And the only people to survive are the janitor. Fucking thunder, dude. Scaring me. That's God being like, you say what now? Yeah, I don't know. Man, it's crazy. No, I'm serious. She actually choreographed this dance, which is actually the craziest thing. But, no, Nick, I'm telling you that for the Wednesday dance, that's all her. She didn't have any help. Nick, she choreographed it herself. Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about Scream 6, starring Jenna Ortega. And I don't know anybody.
Jesus Christ. Sorry. I thought I put the Papa Meat video on during that break, and I accidentally played the background music while it was playing, so I apologize for that, but I am back now. Sorry about that. There was a creature in the bathroom, if you know what I'm saying. Something just crawled out of me, and that was a horror story, but we'll save that for another time, where we're talking about the story Fox. So that's my big sort of critique, is it makes it clear that it's like this cozy bar and they're this group of friends going out, but it kind of the story immediately starts with our main character like being alone at the bar, and it explains some of the dynamic beforehand, but it's like you could just show all of that with some like dialogue early on. You could make it like a little fun thing where like him and Marcello are beefing and whatever, and then so that point when they all split up and the mimic, the whatever it calls them at the end, starts to get them to turn on each other. We don't just have to take the narrator's word for it. Like, we see where those divides in the group are, already started, and we see that the creature is using the fact that like him and Eric are close friends against the rest of the friends, because they're like, we know that you two are always up to no good, or what, you know what I'm saying? And so I feel like it could have been executed, the story, a little bit better early on. I do think it kind of, picked up and got better, like, as the creature, like, came up and started talking to him. He used a word, that the shifter. I kind of like that, the name, the shifter. So the shifter comes up and is asking him for money. I also just don't know. I guess I understand that like the creature doesn't, it's not necessarily that he wants money. He just wants to go up to each different person in this group and like ask them for shit, because then when they later are like, I gave you $50, the person's like, no, you didn't, you know? And so I understand that that's more of what, like, because at first I was like, a monster just asking you for money or for a phone or whatever it is. I was like, that just doesn't really make sense. That's not like creepy. It's creepy if a monster's like, give me your heart, or like, I want to wear your face, like sort of thing. But to be like, oh, I just want your phone, like, I don't know if the stakes are high enough for that. But it is kind of a more modern take on like whatever, it's stealing your identity, and it's blah blah blah. So I don't know, it has some merits to it, I guess, but I feel like it could have been executed a little bit better with the creature, because other than what he does directly in front of Eric and our narrator, what the shifter does directly in front of them, we really don't see or even get to hear about till completely after the fact how he went and fucked with the other people too. And so I think maybe there's a way to do it where some of that could have been like we could have seen the evidence of that happening early on, like maybe before uh that final standoff where the shifter gives his monologue and stuff, there's room for like one of the girls to come up to them or to just our narrator and kind of be like, what the fuck, and then Chris could be like, where's my car keys, like I'm driving everyone home, and that could be a whole thing to where they're all kind of realizing that they're getting screwed over by someone in the group, they think, but then they start to figure out, well, that it's both Eric. It looked like both Eric and the narrator sort of thing, and it could cause a bunch of issues. And then like Marcelo, because he already dislikes our narrator, like he could really step it up and be like, I'm gonna beat your ass, and then Eric's like, no, you're not, like, and protecting his friend. And so I think you could do. I like this. I like having this many characters, because there's a lot that you can do with the dynamics, right? But it is kind of hard to execute, and so I don't hold that against the story that like some of this stuff happened after the fact and stuff like that. These are just ideas that after reading the story, after going through it with hindsight, I can kind of say, well, maybe it could have went some different ways. So, that's the main thing in terms of doing more with the characters and showing more of the trickery that's going on, if not from different perspectives, show it through our narrator's perspective, but have people come up and be like, didn't you just say you were going to the bathroom? And him being like, no, what? And they're like, yeah, you asked to use my phone, like you asked to use my phone and said you were going to go call in the bathroom because it's quieter or whatever, something like that, to call your mom, or like something like with what Chris said earlier. So yeah, I think there's a lot of room for stuff like that. I also think it could make this venue clearer that, oh, it's a music venue that just, because it can be a music venue that's like dingy and has those really cheap drinks. It can have almost all the same characteristics, and just cut that one line about even like pyrotechnics just makes it sound too crazy, or make it be like, we went to the uh the Tipsy Fox amphitheater, or the Tipsy Tipsy Fox does sound like a small kind of bar or tavern, and so that's where I'm like, you could just kind of tweak the name or call it like, the Fox, whatever. I mean, even just the Fox could be a name of like a big or bigger music venue, you know, and so yeah, I think that there's some, there's some uh things that could maybe be done better or tweaked a little bit, and you could get a stronger story from it. And I like the idea of a mimic, especially if you're going straight up like human like mimic shapeshifter type thing. I do like that idea of put it in a place like it doesn't make sense that this thing that like eats humans or hunts on humans or tricks humans, it doesn't make sense that they would be out in the woods where no humans ever really are. So I like that it's like at a bar because that's like a target rich environment for this sort of thing, right? It's this whole idea of like people being like, you know, there's a creepy that creepy guy hiding in the like or that creepy person way out on the edge of town is he's gonna kidnap somebody just because he lives all the way out there, and it's like no, probably the people who are most likely to like abuse or kidnap somebody are the people whoever they're, let's say they're gonna kidnap a child, it's like they're gonna be somebody, they're gonna be hunting and patrolling near children. It's going to be the guy who's hanging out at the playground with no reason to be there. Um, that's just kind of my point. So the same kind of applies to like a monster, right? Is like there's all these stories about skin changers and whatever, and part of it I think is because it comes from like Native American folklore, and so it's seen as this outdoorsy like creature like animal. It's seen as more animalistic, and so they always try to put it in these nature settings that are away from civilization. But I'm like, if the creature had the full ability to completely copy and emulate anybody that it wanted to, like it wouldn't ever, it could walk in, it could go anywhere. It could be out in the wilderness, but it could also be in the middle of the city. So I think what I like the most is that element of the story, and see how this creature operates in a setting and how it really just likes to feed on friendship, so to speak. It sounds like because it's just trying to, uh, fuck up the friend group and make them all hate each other. It wasn't able to do that with Eric and our narrator, but only because Eric walked in at the very end and they both saw it. So it it's interesting for that reason, because it's like, okay, well, when you come face to face with something that's copying you, it's like, how would you react, and I think the story did that part well, of like them just kind of both being flabbergasted and being like, dude, fuck off, and not really being like, you're a beast, and like getting a bottle and smashing it and like trying to kill it immediately, or like all of a sudden one or both of them whip out crossbows and shoot it. Like, I think the story did a realistic job of portraying just how uncanny and weird that would be, and how you wouldn't really be able to process it, and you'd kind of just be like, leave us the fuck alone, you grifter con man, we're not giving you $50. I also like the kind of idea of the creepy monster, like it's kind of like a troll. It's like the old fairy tales of like the trolls that live under the bridge. It's like, I like the idea of this creepy powerful monster just wanting innocuous things, like the troll being like, you must give me three copper coins or whatever if you want to pass over my bridge. And like, yeah, maybe in the olden days it's like, well, what the like, well, hell no, or like blah blah blah. But it's like, that's kind of fun. I think that makes that maybe doesn't make a story scary, but I think it makes it interesting then as just opposed to like the monster wants to eat you. I think it's cool to have this this monster that just wants something from you, and it's not exactly clear if like if you give it to them will they go away or whatever. So I think that was fun. I think that it could have been a little bit better executed, and at certain parts, I felt a little bit like, not like is this person really young writing it, but just like with the whole him being like, do you need help to Eric? I was just like, I just don't believe a friend would say that to another friend while they're both drunk at a bar, unless the guy is already like crying, being like, I'm a fucking drug addict, I just blew some guy in the bathroom for a baggie of crystal or whatever. If it was that sort of a situation, then I could see where the person's like, damn, I think you need help. But for him to just come out and be kind of sweaty and creepy, and then him just to immediately go like, stop asking me for $50, you need help. Like, I don't know. To me, it just, some of it read as, I don't know. Maybe it's slightly unbelievable dialogue. Maybe it just didn't vibe with me, but I do think there's room for improvement. And seeing how the story is pretty much just about people talking in a bar that encounter a monster and leaving the bar and dealing with the aftermath of that. I think that a lot of the story, uh, depends on dialogue and believability and stuff like that. And so I just think that, again, with a lot of characters, it's cool because you can do a lot, but like you've got to get it right and you've got to kind of give people their own voice, and be clear about who the ones are that who's on whose side and stuff like that. I mean, it was clear at the end that just Eric and the narrator were on their own side and everyone else kind of just fucked off and didn't believe them. But yeah, I think like I said, fun concept, fun story, but I do think it could use some work, and there are definitely ways in which you can elevate it. I also think that like I first was leaning towards, they said how the drinks were really cheap. It's the whole reason they stayed at this bar. I was hoping that this setting was going to turn out to be, if not straight up supernatural, somewhat fantastical, and that was going to be maybe the reason why there's a creature there. But it turns out, at least as far as we know, it's not really a supernatural setting. It's just kind of a dive bar that also has a band with a full dance floor, with a full, venue worth of people and pyrotechnics. And so I just thought that like, yeah, that is a little, that doesn't quite jive, or that's a little disjointed from just friends walking around on a cold Milwaukee day and then deciding to get hammered at a place because drinks are really cheap. Like, that to me makes sense, and I could totally understand doing that on a young day, being like, what, it's happy hour, or women drink free, or like something, and being like, we gotta go. That is very believable and makes sense. But then to just have it also be like this venue, and so I just thought it was a little weird, but not a big deal. I don't even think you necessarily. I know that the monster mentions the thing about like, I sing, you dance, or whatever, but like I don't even think you necessarily need like a full band on a stage. I think that same concept could be portrayed with like just a single performer up on stage, and that would make sense like in a little dive bar. it's also just the way that they have such trouble finding each other, and the way that it's described makes it sound like just so like confusing and unbelievably crowded, and that's just not what a dive bar usually is like. And so, otherwise, like, that's not what I mean. Don't get me wrong, sometimes dive bars are packed, but usually people go to dive bars because they're like, yeah, there aren't as many people here, we can actually like hear each other, so we like it here. Which this just, yeah, like I said, it gives a little disjointed, it gets a little confusing when it comes to people not knowing where anyone's at, or not being able to find each other and stuff like that. But who knows? Maybe there's some untold reason as to that. Maybe it is a supernatural place and it's just not something our characters ever figured out. But maybe, the writer Tire Munching Robot, like, maybe that this is more mapped out than we as a reader know right now. But thank you so much for the story and the submission, and I hope that you keep writing. And even this story, I think you could touch it up, or you kind of even left it open for maybe a part two. Like, it seems like our main character and Eric now are interested in like solving this thing, so maybe we could get a future post about it. And I think it's worth like this officer said, he arrested fleeing. I think just a story where what was his name, not Chris but Eric, whatever our narrator's name is, maybe just a story where they go talk to this officer, and then from the officer, who's like retired or whatever, they hear another creepy story. Like, I think that would be a great idea for sort of a part two, or a sort of continuation. And I think, and that's if you don't necessarily want to change this first story, but I think that would be a great idea for a number two. And in that concept, you could have another thing where the officer's like, I arrested this fleeing murder suspect. He was fleeing some other sort of like a sporting event or something. It was rumored that he, you know, or it was said that this guy killed someone over like a parking space or something, like something just really innocuous, where it's like, god damn, that guy murdered that person. And, well, turns out, surprise, it's because it was the killer. And then later, he takes him into the station, or when he gets back to the station, he sees that it's a different person. And then, he gets fired and disgraced from the department because they say he arrested the wrong guy, and his description doesn't match the description of the suspect, even though he's like, this is the guy, I put it back in the back of my car, look like that. You could have some sort of fun thing like that, where it's a continuation. It's still Eric and our narrator trying to figure out like what exactly this creature is, or why it does what it does. And it's like, oh, it wanted to ruin this cop's reputation amongst his friends and brethren in the police department. It was that sort of a thing. And then the fact that it was a cop too, it's like the cop could then be like, and I did my own share of research too, and then he could like point him in a bunch of different directions. So again, I like the idea of a mimic, something that mimics people, right? Being around a bunch of people. I think that is a fun setting. And yeah, and I enjoyed it. And I think that, you should keep writing, and there's a lot of places you can go with this concept. And then even if you want to just move away from this concept, I think the writing was good in a lot of places. It painted a picture. It was very it was charming in places, but it was also very like there was a unique kind of a tone, and there was a personality to your writing that we could tell that our narrator was kind of the shy tag along friend of the group, and I liked all that, and that had realistic, like I said, like we all have those friends and stuff and people, or maybe we're the people who tag along, and so I think all that was really good, and it was a very realistic representation of like what hanging out with a group of friends can be like at certain points and stuff. Obviously not with the whole mimic and shit, like then it gets fantastical, but I think the general group dynamic was realistic, and the way that they talk to each other at sometimes was believable. It's just a few other little things that I think could be tweaked and made better, but that's just my opinion. And hopefully, hopefully don't take it in a bad way, and everything I say is just to try to encourage and help. So I appreciate you letting me read it, and thank you. And I'll read more of your stuff in the future, I hope. I'm definitely open. There's never really been a story to where it's like, I will not read from that person again. It's like, for the most part, I'm pretty open, and it's always really cool to see from a first story I read from a writer what their next story is like, or how they've developed and changed, or what new concepts are they playing with as a writer. So I'm always interested in that. But yeah, let's not get too bogged down by one single story. Let's get into the next one. They chase us with tanks from CustomerCareSkeleton. Story's 2 months old. How old? Oh, that first story was super new. So yeah, yeah, they could still like edit and do stuff if they wanted to. It's not like that story's been around for 3 years. It was only posted 17 days. So, but this second one is 2 months old, and it's called "They Chased Us with Tanks." Again, interesting title, because I'm like, tanks, like army tanks. I'm thinking that. I'm also like, you know, maybe this is about being put in a tank. Like maybe this is some sort of weird like aliens trapping you in glass sort of thing. Like I don't know. Like it's ambiguous enough to get me asking questions, but then it's also just even on his face, it's like they chased us with tank. Well, being chased is not usually fun regardless. So it's like, it gives us kind of a point of like, there's going to maybe be about desperation, about being hunted. And that's interesting. So good title. I think I need like on my soundboard, I need some sort of like, I have like an applause, but I think I need like maybe that would work here. Oh. Maybe I could just do straight up applause. Oh, that applause is really long. I could look into some interesting sound bites that I play every time I like a title. Every time I'm like, yes, to this title, I can play a like, I don't know, like a Mario sound or something, like bloop 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 bloop, or like a fucking, I don't know. I got to think about some sound effects that I like. They chased us with tanks. By CustomerCareSkeleton, and I really like this name because it's kind of like in like Beetlejuice 2, or like it just makes me picture this idea of this customer service worker that is like an undead person or like a zombie or a skeleton. Like, I like the idea of, you know, someone whose job it is to be a mechanical robot, literally just being like an undead creature that's like, we'll be with you in a moment, sir. I'm so sorry for, you know, for the inconvenience, blah blah blah. Like the robots that you hear and shit on you know, on the phone waiting for shit in the weight rooms or whatever, like waiting room. I like the idea of like I just love that name, and it made me picture like, you know, this skeleton. I'm trying to think of, I guess the DMV is like a place, but you know, just this really creepy, uncanny, like, we're sorry, you know, we're sorry to take your call, or blah blah blah. Like, you may leave a message, but we will not listen to it. Kind of a skeleton that, like a customer care skeleton that like tells the truth, but does it in that tone where it's like, you know, oh, don't worry, we're gonna help you, even though we're not, and we don't give a shit, you know, sort of thing. So I just wanted to talk about this. This has a not safe for work warning, so warning. Doesn't say why it's not safe for work, so we shall see. It's not too long of a story though, so let's get into it. They Chased Us with Tanks by CustomerCareSkeleton. I still dream about it. In the dream, I noticed something wrong and peered at them coming between two homes, as if peeking between two curtains at a play, and get to shout a warning. This was not so when I had traveled there on holiday in the real world. Interesting. In the real world. I was in a crowd and ignorant of their coming. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's play the music. This was not so when I traveled there on holiday in the real world. I was in the crowd and ignorant of their coming. The tanks came almost quiet, the ground trembling. I don't know what this word is, and I'm gonna look it up, but Larian, I guess maybe it's called. Come on. Not now. Medieval high-pitched trumpet known for its clear sound, or an adjective meaning brilliantly clear or loud and clear. Okay, so like a clear. The tanks came almost quiet, the ground trembling, but the clarion of their, I think it's supposed to be tread. Yeah, but the clarion of their thread, it says, but I think it's supposed to be tread. So right here. But the clarion of their tread masked by the mass of human bodies, the chorus of their laughter and cries in the moment preceding the rolling of the tanks. They moved through the town with the strength of a pod of whales, buildings parting ways to their bulk, splitting like waves against the shore. In the dream, there is no sound. In the moment it happened, the collapse of homes and the screams of terror deafened me. I am running uphill with everyone who managed to unglue themselves from the ground, who run from the battering rams, for they were used as such, collapsing not just doors, but gates and houses, hospitals, women, and their children. There were heroes on the crowd, and I was not one of them. My eyes burned with tears, sweat and dust clung to my skin and lungs. I was made raw, humanity peeled by the crimes of the monsters that drove these instruments of death plunging into the sea of humanity. So this line, I think I get what they're saying, and I like the writing style thus far. I don't know about the repeat of humanity used twice here. Like we have, I was made raw, humanity peeled by the crimes of the monsters that drove these instruments of death plunging into the sea of humanity. So it's saying that these instruments of death are plunging into the sea of humanity, but then I feel like that kind of cheapens because it's saying I was made raw, humanity peeled by the crimes, like, because it's almost saying like it robbed me of my humanity, seeing these monsters drive these tanks, seeing these instruments of war and death, like, robbed me of my humanity. But then it's also like saying it plunged into a sea of humanity. So I don't know. I just don't know about the double use of humanity here. Not a big deal, but just something I think it's worth noting. In the dream, I wake still climbing for my life. In the real world, I was left stranded on a sightseeing spot, the highest ground available, to watch the dust rise to the sky. Blood is mixed with the ash and gray-white dust. Not a shot fired. The tanks possibly saving ammunition and us, civilians, one and all, unharmed. There were men in those tanks. There must have been. I refuse to believe they were piloted by machines or ghosts or devils, despite how they drove on and on, seemingly unscathed, destroying everything in their path. Battering rams on threads, again and again, investing against the gates of perception, killing in every way you can kill. They're killing still. They're killing still, not as a metaphor or dream or memory, not that alone. The Hulks still graze the fields to harvest people as wheat stained with blood in the mud and grit. I don't just see them in my dreams, but the news, my return home, a miracle or a curse, for in death I would not think of them, nor their bulk would weight so heavy on my chest as to steal my breath. They show them on the news, on every device, people shouting reports over satellite, some few on the scene trying to point at them from a safe distance. But there's no such thing as herds of killing engines. but there's no such thing as herds of killing engines drive in ever-expanding circles. I think maybe it should be driven or driving. I don't know. But there's no such thing as herds of killing engines driving in ever-expanding circles, killing, crushing, unending spirals, rendering skin from flesh, and burying the bones deeper into the soil, where such murders done in daylight can be forgotten by the uncaring masses. Already these million tune to another channel, change the radio station, flip the page to the next headline on their newspaper. Uncaring. There is no God. What God would allow such horrors, or allow such men to go unpunished, to make those who witness to be driven mad by our impotence? There is no God. Show me one, and I would kill him to avenge humanity. And I would be as a hound, my teeth on the throat of the calf, drenched in his blood and my tears. There is no God, but the tanks are real, moving still in their spirals, growing in number, always moving, until they take to the sea to come out. Oh, interesting, to come out where we live. Return to terra firma, covered in barnacle and algae, and the corpses of 1,000 bodies of sea creatures, impossible to describe by the way their mashed bodies were undone, fused to the holes of the tanks. They're coming, they're coming, they're coming. Interesting. So it is aliens or some sort of Lovecraftian flesh interface creature, these tanks, these spiraling. I think maybe now reading it, maybe it was threads, maybe it's trying to describe like a, I don't know, that it's flying, or I don't know exactly why the narrator used it, or the author used that word, but you know, the whole time it's fun. It's kind of fun because we can read this the whole time as an interesting sort of just person who's horrified with war in general, and you know, these war machines knocking over houses, whatever, these battering rams that just bulldoze people, and we can kind of think of them that way. And it's only maybe at the very end that we kind of get hinted that they're this anomalous, maybe like growing masses of like flesh, or their skulls are fused to the holes of the tanks, or fused to the holes of the tank. So I mean, I think that was like a really cool sort of twist at the end, and I also think that yeah, it's just a dreary, like, you can just read this as a dreary, like, take on the horrors of war, but then it's really fun to, like, add that, like, oh, they come out of the ocean right at the end, because you're kind of like, oh, wait, what, you know? And so it is this fun sort of, there's this fun parallel, right, between, like, the horrors of real war and then what a war with some sort of otherworldly creature or whatever might be like, and how similar it could be to, you know, real like man-on-man war, but then also like, you know, how terrible and undiscerning, you know, it would be at the same time, because it just wants to kill and consume everything or whatever. So yeah, that was fun. I understand why they were like, in my post, I think they said something like, wrote this the other day, was feeling in a mood, or they said something like that where they were like, I was in a mood, and I was like, I wonder what that means. Well, now I get it. It is just a short, it's more of like a scene or a few scenes. It's not a like, you know, it's just more of a fun little vignette of of a world, being terrorized by these things. Um, but that makes it, that makes it, I think, all the much cooler that even in this short little story, it's able to kind of uh, psych you out, or trick you into being like, oh, these are these tanks. They're these giant flesh, whatever body things that like consuming people. So yeah, and I think it did really well of like not showing its hand till the very end, and yeah, it just, this can be a good short story, and I think that the scenes are brutal. It talks about um peeling the skin of their humanity and just all that kind of stuff, that like it paints a picture. It is horrifying, and the whole time you're just thinking of like, I was thinking of like an army tank just like running over things, which granted is horrifying, but then at the very end we get that like nice little flash of an image of like, it's just more bodies that, whatever, just roll on, and they're just these tanks of stolen, uh destroyed humanity or something. And it's like that is a cool concept, and I think it's worth, the story was worth it for me, because it did that nice little switch up at the end. And it's just also, sometimes like I could see how someone's, watching the news or learning about like just wars that have happened throughout mankind, and it's very easy to get this sort of like impending sense that this person kind of talks about. Even they talk about like, I had a dream and I saw it, but it's like, I think we all have had this dream or this nightmare in some form or another, even if it's just a thought, or even if it's just something that we've seen on and yeah, it's scary, it's unsettling, it's, tragic to think about. And I think that this story is just like um a fun sort of like take on that, and a fun sort of uh evolution of that feeling or that concept. um so yeah, I like it. Shout out. That was fun. That was, like I said, a cool little twist, a cool fun vignette for sure. All right, so this one has a trigger warning too in it, and I will repeat it, here, but there's gonna be another longer one, so I want to get right into it. But trigger warning here: we have torture, violence, mentions of R word, death, gore, horrible men doing horrible things. So hopefully I like this story. Hopefully the horror and the actual story of it are entertaining, but we're dealing with some pretty upsetting themes and stuff, and so hopefully, yeah, we'll see. But you know one of those ones where it's like, hopefully it's not just a complete stab to the stomach and heart every 5 seconds. But some stories are like that, and as much as I want balance, I'm like, not. Some stories can just be a kicking the balls over and over again, and if that's the type of story the author wants to write, then that's what they'll write. So, um, let's get into I think I'm dying, right? Trigger warning last time. I think I'm dying. Not in a cancer way, not a depression way. I'm not bed rotting, I don't think. I'm just dying. Like, I can feel the tanks that hold my blood. I feel them emptying. I feel wetter, heavier on the outside, lighter inside. Am I dying? I can't even tell. It's never happened before. Usually there isn't a before with dying. How do I describe this? What do I compare it to? Sleep paralysis? I've never had that. A coma? No. Oh, here. A coma? No. I'm definitely awake. Maybe not dying. I'm thinking like I'm alive. I don't hear sirens or screaming. There's no one trying to save me. I don't see a god. Maybe I'm wet because I just went swimming or pissed myself. I don't piss myself. I don't drink enough to have an excuse to piss myself. Am I dying? Yes. Okay, count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I can count. Well, they missed 6, but maybe there's a reason for that. But maybe the author meant to put 6 in there, but I'm wondering if that's gonna come back later. Okay, count to 10. 1, 9, 10. Okay, I can count. Dead people won't be able to count, but I can. 10 plus 32. 42. Yeah, I can do that. But it's dark. I don't go to bed in complete dark. Why isn't my bed lamp on? It's always on. Did I die old? I can't see anything. I can't feel wrinkles on my hand. Not on my face. My boobs still feel heavy, so I didn't live long enough to get them smaller. Okay, memories. What do I remember? They say you remember things when you're dying. Okay, 4th birthday. Sheila tripped over me and made everyone pour squash on me. Thanks, memories. Aw. It sounds like a shitty 4th birthday. Sheila tripped me over. Sorry. Sheila tripped me over. That's kind of a weird, Just Sheila tripped me, but tripped me over, I guess. To me, sounds weird. It's probably normal in some places or stuff, but Sheila tripped me over and made everyone pour squash on me. Thanks, memories. Positive, maybe? Winning my hockey trophy, graduation, Dad hurting. No, I can't think about that. Something else. First kiss, first love. Tony Diaz, Kyle Benson. Nah, I didn't really love him. I binged Breaking Bad yesterday. Great. I even remember yesterday. Oh shit. I can't die without knowing how that show ends. No, not on my watch. I'm not dying. Wake up. Wake the hell up. Ski. What the fuck is this? Ugh, my teeth, my fucking teeth, my nails. Ugh. Phil, she's awake. Oh fuck, Phil. She's awake, Phil. What do you mean she's awake? Quit playing around. Phil, she's fucking awake. I swear, boy, I'm not playing. Oh fuck, get the drill out, Scott. Get the fucking drill out. My toes, my teeth. My nails, my toes, my arm. Help. So I think this woman, yeah, we've established it's a woman, I think. Pretty much. Sorry if I'm wrong about that, but yeah, At first, I know it's in quotes, but I thought maybe it was still going on in their head, but I think maybe they're speaking out loud now. Help, help! Phil, what do I do? Do I kill her again? Get the saw, cut her head off. I don't know, shoot her. Get the saw, cut her head off. I don't know, shoot her. Boss, with respect, she had a drill in her motherfucking brain. Gun, I need a gun. Please, what's happening to me? Where's my arm? Where's half my body? Am I dying? Please, I can't. No, please don't do it. It's night already. It's so dark. Did I pass out? No, I don't drink enough to pass out. I feel sober. I should be sober. Who would I be drinking with anyway? Where's the lights? Where the hell is my bed? Oh shit, I'm dead, aren't I? I'm dead. No, if I was dead, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be having thoughts like this. Mom? Do dead people see other dead people again? Or do they just stay in a dark room forever, like a jail cell? Or maybe it's a waiting room for getting into the big leagues. Why am I so calm about this? I'm dead and I don't feel scared. Am I dead? How did I die? It's kind of peaceful. That's how I know I'm not dreaming. It just feels like all my trauma, all my pain has been drained out of me. It's nice. Did Mom finally feel at peace too? No, she shouldn't have. I must have died peacefully, and that's why I'm at peace. I swear I had 2 arms. Oh fuck, did I die in a car accident? Fuck, where are half my teeth? Wait, if I'm going to heaven, I should stop cursing. Aw heck, where are my nails, my toes, my eyes? Half my body doesn't exist. What kind of freak accident was I in? Hello? Mr. God? I don't know. Angel Gabriel? Is there anyone there? Satan? Oh man, I can't be this chill. I'm probably not dead. I have to pick Sissy from school tomorrow. Sissy? Oh heck, no. I can't die, not without knowing Sissy is safe. I can't have her live with that monster. He can't pick her up. It has to be me. It has. Okay. Scott, next we need is her knee. Okay. Sorry, I gotta do. Okay, Scott, next we need is her kneecap. Guys have fetishes for kneecaps now? Okay, Scott, next we need is her kneecap. Guys have fetishes for kneecaps now? Fuck, boss. Or it doesn't say boss, but I'm trying to do Scott's because I assume this is Scott now. Fuck, she's awake. Oh my god. What the fuck is happening? Phil, come on now. I swear if she's... Where is my body? I can't see my head. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I think I'm gonna faint. My eyes, please. I can't see. Wash them out. It burns. She's Jesus. They made Jesus woke? Shut the fuck up, you idiot. I told you she'd wake up again. Crash. Kevin's fainted. Please, somebody help me. I'm in so much pain. This fucking guy works with dead people all the time, but a living one is his tipping point? What the hell do we do? It hurts everywhere. I need to think. Please shut her the fuck up. Please help me. Shut her up. I'm gonna cut off her tongue. Fuck no, don't do that. Someone's ordered that tongue. Stay away from me. Stay away. The fuck you want from me then? Give me that. I'll do it properly. No, stay the fuck away. Stay the. Ow. I drill her head, I shoot her, and she won't die. And now I fucking cut out her tongue, and she still won't shut up. Cloth, sir? Cloth, sir? You should have led with that. Give me here. Get some of that teeth mold too. On it. One batch of teeth, buddy. Perfect. Shove it in her mouth. Please, female Jesus, forgive my sins. Still bad, but better. Phil, if she gags too much on that, she's gonna vomit. And we can't have vomit soiling the body. Keep her head on the side. You know what? I don't feel as shocked as the first time. I fucking do. What the actual fuck? Yeah, she rose from the dead twice. I knew I was going to hell, but God is real. Hey, at least her parts will be fresher. We can even get better organs, more profit. I don't want to be the reason Jesus became a fucking vegetable. That just ain't what Abuela would have wanted. That just ain't what Abuela would have wanted. What the fuck is actually wrong with you? How many dead bodies have you looked in the eye? This is different though. This is so different. Guys, she isn't fucking Jesus. She's just a spasmic phenomenon. Something the body does before. I'm calling the surgeon. No, if we call him, we're fucked. We'll be his next victims. I'm calling him. Scott, don't. Shit. We should be calling 911. Call, I don't know, reporters, the Pentagon. Are you out of your fucking mind? Have you forgotten where we are? Who we are? But Oh, sorry, you go first. Okay, sorry. Lost thought. My mind is swimming with thoughts. Give me a second. If we impregnate her, What the actual fuck is wrong with you? No, I mean, come on, hear me out. Bro, how on earth are you getting turned on right now? No, I got an idea. Shut up. I remembered. Stop talking. Okay, so, if she's Jesus, someone kills. I don't know who's saying this. I'm getting lost into who's saying what, but someone kill me now. I'm not dealing with this. Hear me out. Guys, Kevin's waking up. I don't give two fucks about Kevin. We gotta focus on... Hello? Hello? Oh, this is maybe the surgeon now? Hello? Boys, is everything okay? Who the fuck called him? Bill, it had to be done. It doesn't. Okay, so now we're not in quotes anymore. But this is a nice little point to pause for a second. This very fun, very entertaining. I could use some, even if it's almost written like as a screenplay, this part, especially, I'm not a voice actor, but I try to do some voices. I would really appreciate some, even just like, Kevin said this, because it's kind of written almost like it's, a screenplay. And that can be helpful for a lot of dialogue. And as much as I like just a traditional story where it's like, so and so said, blah blah blah, he quipped or he replied. Like, I like that, and I think ultimately that is, if you want to write like short stories or novels, I do think that's the best version to write in. Maybe not the best version, but I don't know, that's the most traditional version, and I do think that can sometimes take more writing chops, because you're not just always like, he said, he replied, he screamed at him, I get how, like, in a part like this with lots of really choppy dialogue, it's hard to constantly be like, he said, she said, they said, blah blah blah. But I would appreciate, because it is very hard to tell. I know they're using names sometimes, but it's still really hard for me to like map these characters out and give them. But one thing I think, short stories in particular can do more than novels is you can use a kind of a more experimental style like this, where you just have the words very quickly punched out with the quotes, and each is a separate line. And I really like that. One thing I would prefer is just put the character's name at the beginning of who's talking, like it's a screenplay or a script, because then you can still have this really clear, like, just dialogue with no extra description or explanation. You don't have to be like, he growled, or if you want to do something like that, like, he said with a weary voice, almost like he was going to pass out again, you can just put that in like quotes underneath, or not quotes, in parentheses underneath. But I do like when stories do this, because one thing I'll tell you is, when you have these really heavy dialogue scenes in a book, it can just be super taxing to be like, especially if you're reading it out loud like I am, to be like, he said, they said, Mark replied, and you start to hear the characters' names and stuff so much that you're like, it can get kind of tiresome. So I understand why our writer, especially in a scene with such clippy, like, panicked dialogue, I understand why it's written this way. I just think in order for us to have a better idea of, like, who's the creepy character that's talking about impregnating her, and who's the one that's like, she's Jesus and blah blah blah, I think we could have a very and Abuela wouldn't like that and all that. So I think we could have a better idea of like who's saying what and which one's the creepy one, if we just have who's talking at the beginning of each quote. Um, but granted, that's just something like I'm mentioning, and since you're already doing it in this screenplay script sort of way, at least for this part, for this exchange, it's just something to think about. It's just a suggestion I have, No sweat. I think we get the idea of the scene, that they're both fucked up bad people who are basically harvesting this woman for like her organs slash fetish, human body fetish stuff, which is really gross and disturbing. But I like the tone of it, that it's kind of like, the tone of our narrator is kind of funny, in terms of like, no, I can't not figure out what happens in Breaking Bad and all that stuff. Like, that is super fun. And then to have all this exchange between like put the teeth putty in her mouth and all that shit, I think it's a really you know, like dark humor twist on obviously a really fucked up situation. And I hope that our Jesus zombie, whatever they are, girl puts herself back together and gets some vengeance on these fuckers and the surgeon as well. I think that would be super cool. So, which I'm hoping is where the story's going, but we'll see. We'll see. So. Gosh darn it. It doesn't take a genius to understand the motives of the surgeon. Of course, I never saw him. I never saw any of them after my eyeballs were gouged out. I invented new demons to make sense of their faces. I wish I died. I should have died. Hell would have been more humane than this limbo of suffering. This was my punishment. Not me watching my mother die in the hands of a twisted father. No, that was the appetizer. I think they worked on me for a few days. You lose track of time in a state like this. Hour by hour, a piece of me died. Occasionally, I died too, but only for a bit. I'd wake up again to a small incision, a snapped bone, a new dam of blood. It got so bad that I ended up becoming grateful that my left ear was still intact. The surgeon's mannerisms, the way he touched me, the way he'd whip an open wound if I screamed too loud. The only time I noticed a sliver of humanity was when I overheard him considering to rid my nerve endings somehow, so I would no longer feel the pain and no longer scream. I wasn't their plaything. Fuck no. Second time's a charm. I wasn't their plaything. Fuck no. That's what the others were for. No, I was their project, their Mona Lisa. They got rid of parts I didn't even know I had. I didn't know how big my intestines were until they got emptied. I didn't realize how long my spine was, how beefy my thighs were. At the time, I never understood what was going on, apart from one night. The night I got R-worded. I don't know if you're allowed to say R-worded on YouTube. I'm just gonna try to avoid it and hope it doesn't, we'll see. We might, again, I like the comical tone of this story, but then to have this kind of mixed in, I'm like, it makes, I don't know, it makes sense. These are obviously horrible people who are like using her in just a myriad of disgusting, deplorable ways. But yeah, it's like, it is kind of hard that now the story is going there when this person's already, whatever, is in this living nightmare, literally a living nightmare. No one else was in. Okay, so we're gonna get into this, and I'm just, if anything's too graphic, I might just skip over that part and read it in my head, but no one else was in the room. I sensed just one person, the vilest of them all. He claimed it was for science, to see if my baby would be immortal too. He wanted the bragging rights to be the father of the first immortal baby. The stupidity of not realizing that my father would have been the first. Why do vile men get these bragging rights? He told me he was being merciful, giving me a slight bit of pleasure as an apology that he was being nice. Nice? My eye sockets trickled with blood. That's how I cry now. I could go into detail with all the horrific sensations. I will just say it was awful. I won't say any more than that, okay? I knew the surgeon had bigger plans for me once the harvesting was over. I am a phenomenon to all that is known in this universe. I was expecting to be laid out in a museum or in a commercial science lab for further experiments. I don't know where he'll take the rest of me. I really don't know. Eventually, like I thought they would, they took the last of me. The scraps probably went into a blender. I honestly got desensitized a little bit before they cut off my final ear. I heard the words, "Thank you for your service, darling. Just so you know, we're keeping your brain, your lungs, and your heart. Don't worry, we'll keep them safe in jars until the surgeon's ready." That I no longer felt pumping of my heart, the inflations of my lungs, or the shelter of my skull. I was nothing but a brain, a thinking brain. Interesting, so it's not even a full zombie. They've completely disassembled this person at this point to where they're just literally a brain in a jar that still, I guess, can think but maybe can't sense anything, which honestly, like I said, is a hell in and of itself. I'm guessing and hoping that they're gonna put her in a new body, the brain in a new body though, and that she's gonna be able to get some fucking revenge. I'm hoping this is a revenge horror story. For what felt like an eternity, it was just me and my thoughts. Is it my ally? Yeah. My ally, my enemy, my memories, yeah. My plottings, my nightmares, my best case scenario, the worst, drifting through a corridor or drifting through a void. Sissy, I prayed she was like me, and she was strong enough. She deserves a beautiful long life, immortality without the suffering. No, what was I thinking? I want her nothing like me. I think I'm aging. I've been thinking differently, more maturely. There's more anger, but it's more toned. How many birthdays have I missed? How old is Sissy now? Dizziness. Not concussed, but something's off. Vertigo? Am I being moved? I can't tell, but I feel light. That's definite. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's light. Is it light? I see lights. Dentist light. Heaven light. Dentist lights. I can see. Oh my god, I have sight. I have a tongue again. I have a tongue. It's not mine. It's not mine. It's not mine. The tongue isn't mine. The teeth are different. My gums are different. This mouth isn't mine. Miss the Fanny? Can you hear me? My mouth won't open. No, this isn't my mouth. My bad. Blink if you can. Dentist lights, darkness, dentist lights. These eyes aren't mine. These lashes aren't mine. This head that I can't move, it's not mine. Fuck me. Well, fuck me. It fucking worked. Man in scrubs, his face is hidden. Is this real? It's coming closer. I need to move. I need to leave. This body isn't mine. No, no, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Darkness. Am I dead again? Sorry, my beauty. I'm as shocked as you are. I'm so proud of you, but I can't let you see anything yet. I don't want you to puke on your new suit. This body isn't mine. It's not mine. My tongue tastes rotten yet preserved. My teeth are uniform, but feel shaved. Some feel more placky. My bones are longer. No longer. No, my bones are longer. My back feels stronger. My boobs are smaller. My organs feel different. My skin feels sewn. The whole surface feels like patches of a quilt sewn together. This was originally a passion. This was originally a passion project, a piece of memorabilia of this business I'm so proud of. The outside is still a little patchy, a work in progress, but your insides, my goodness, not even God could give you such perfect insides. I've worked for years taking a little piece from each product to make this masterpiece a showcase for the business. Not gonna lie, I was just going to make her my sex doll at first until I met you. You give her life. You have single-handedly changed humanity forever. You're bigger than life. You are Mother Nature. And yes, you might think I'm a creepy, evil perv, but hey, I was inspired by a woman. Go women. Go woman. Shelley would be proud of this. This is too groundbreaking for you to be mad about. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Arteries and capillaries are new. I picked them perfectly for you. So please don't get too angry. I don't want anything to burst. A calm mind makes a healthy body. What is this fucker on about? I've got investors coming later. Please smile for them. Ah, my manners. How are you feeling about the body, by the way? I can't even imagine how you feel in there. When I open up your mouth, I want to hear all about it. It's amazing, right? Ah, I have so many plans with you. The surgeon left a calendar in my room. It's been 2 months. He promises that by month 6, I'll finally be out of these straps, finally out of this tilted bed. There are still a few more additions to go. I become a science class for men in suits. Well, they're in suits for the first half of the session. They always start out shy, in awe. They're disgusted at me and the thousands of women I'm wearing. Then they're fascinated by me, inching closer, hesitant if they should cop a feel, or if they should cop a feel of this mangled mosaic. And with that, I'm now a canvas for their odious paintings. Each man had a favorite finger and would make me do unspeakable things with it. At least the surgeon would remind them to be delicate with me, or at least while I'm still new. I'm done with protesting. I realized during the first session that there's no point. It was also that session when I found out my scalp had different areas of sensitivity and that my clit was different to my vulva. It was weird that I say my subconsciously now. I hate that I've gotten used to this. If it's not them, it's a medium-sized camera with a bright, blinking red light. I know who's on the other side. Thousands of perverted eyes praying who knows what to see me. Is it wrong that I find it sickeningly comforting, though? There's evidence of me. I exist. In about 2 weeks, I'll be scheduled to be pregnant. For science, bastards. It's so strange that I can still get periods. Fuck him for not giving me parts that deal with the cramps better. I shouldn't complain about cramps when I have endured a lot worse. I don't even remember how I got here. This brain of mine, truly mine, and it feels broken, fleeting. Parts get replaced every now and then. It's kind enough to numb it. Sometimes it still hurts for sure. Hurting is the best case scenario. If I disobey, that's when we're in hell again. A new piece of woman to torture until I can prove that I'm sorry. I've never actually seen my reflection. I don't know what my face feels like. I can't wait for 6 months. I can't wait for 6 months to come. Oh, see, this is where 6 comes up again. I can't wait for 6 months to come. 6 is my favorite number now. I'm debating if I should see myself or kill the surgeon first. Maybe I could do both by using that shiny knife of his. And then, do I kill myself after? Is there any point? Do I make my presence public or do I keep in the shadows? Maybe I'm a celebrity. World's first sexy zombie, one of the men called me. Maybe I'm already on Vogue. I don't know. I'll probably never know. I'm just a blob of thoughts being told she's alive. This was a lot of fun. I think that comment at the top did a good job of capturing it. Like, very funny and horrifying. Good read. I had a lot of fun with this one. I just kind of wanted to read it. I didn't want to riff on it too much because I do feel like, it's kind of a sensitive subject in terms of all the horrible stuff that happened to this this woman with her dad, and she's worried about her little sister, and then all these other men come to use her and take her apart and sell her this way, and it totally plays on like these old tropes and themes of like women being objects, and literally they're just cutting her up and commodifying her, and then the fact that she's alive, they're like, well, this is the greatest commodity ever, right? The surgeon gets a hold of her, and the fact that they're like, well, we have to get her pregnant for science, I think it's commenting on, how men just think of like women's bodies as these baby factories, right? And it's like, well, if they could take one apart and then build it to their exact specifications, what would be the end goal? Well, it would be, of course, for them to have, to carry their baby or whatever. So I think the story was very clever to like have these disgusting like scientists or this surgeon, even with the guys earlier, say that, and then that even the surgeon wants to do. It's like all the men with all the scientific technology and stuff in the world in order to do, they could create this woman from nothing, and what are they going to create it to do? The exact same thing that women already do. It's like they're not going to, like, you know, they're not trying to make a super soldier. They're not trying to, like, how do we harness this? How do we become immortal? They're like, well, if it can get pregnant, then we can make an immortal baby. You know, it's just so dumb and funny, and kind of just lampoons like horrible men doing horrible things, like the introduction says. And I find that really like tonally very clever and fun. And it's fun to just have a sort of a Frankenstein from Frankenstein's perspective, but from the perspective of the person that they even were before, and then getting like unmade, and then completely getting sort of reborn. I think that's just a cool concept, right? And then to have it set against this backdrop of like stupid chauvinistic men just doing whatever they want, I think is yeah, just very clever and fun. I think it's a good story. I mean, really my only main complaint of it, and yeah, maybe this wouldn't be as satisfying from a horror perspective, but I think maybe my only main complaint is that it just didn't have a sort of an ending where she like breaks out and kills the surgeon and escapes, and, you know, maybe goes and kills her dad, or maybe goes and saves her sister, sort of thing. Like, that is maybe my biggest kind of criticism. And the thing is, it's like, well, it could have been a longer story and you could have done that, but I also think like you could have just had some of the stuff at the end with her waking up, and then the whole stuff about like, well, she's gonna have the, you know, they're gonna make her have a baby, or they're gonna get her pregnant at 6 months, and so you could have the whole thing about them, you know, her just cleverly like using that as a way to, you know, kill somebody and escape and get her freedom. Like, I think you could just sort of do that right then, you know, and she's already this Frankenstein monster, so it could be like, you know, the same way that when they talk about Frankenstein in certain adaptations and stuff, they're like, it has the strength of 7 men because it is 7 men or whatever. It's like, it could be the same with her. It's like, she has the perfect part of everything's body, you know. She has the muscles of a, you know, Olympic gymnast, and the heart of a, you know, deep sea diver, or I don't know, you know, just whatever stuff, to where it's like you could have this kind of superhuman element. And I get that it would be like kind of, you know, corny and comic booky, right? But the story already has that not so serious tone that I think it would be totally fine and just a lot of fun. And yeah, who doesn't want to see these horrible men doing horrible things get their comeuppance, right? I know I do. I would love to see them just her to just fucking, you know, rip them apart piece by piece, or, you know, like you know, I don't know what would be the fun way for this character and whatever, but I do think some sort of tearing them apart, and maybe like all the men that are coming to see her or use her, she just you know, she just tears them all up, but somehow is able to keep some of them alive to like see their horror and to experience it, you know. But I love like vengeance stories. I love stories about retribution like that. And so, I mean, it got hinted at the end that that's kind of where she was going, that she's like, should I kill him before the whatever? But I think the story's already tonally kind of in that vein to where it would have been fun to just go there, you know, just have it be. it's a fun ending to a really fun story, so I don't see why not. But at the same time, you know, it's not my story to tell, and I do think it is impactful and just a lot of fun how it is, despite the really gruesome, horrific topics. I think that the tone of the person enduring all this makes it fun, because they're so like blasé and just like, am I alive? I'm not alive. Wait, I can see. Is that dentist light? No, God, no dentist. You know, like all those little lines like that just give it. It just makes it so fun. Little campy, but mostly just entertaining. You know, I had a blast with this one. This one's really good. Shout out to Mark01. Shout out to you. That was a lot of fun. That was certainly worth it, and it's a nice full sort of story character arc in that we get this person and we get a sense of what their life was like before, and hear them slowly uncover that she's immortal, that she can't be killed, you know. And we kind of see their resilience and maybe their transformation as they come into this new body and all that stuff, but they still have the same sort of like they're more desensitized, sure, but they still want to like get vengeance and get some sort of retribution, and I think that that's cool and that's fun. And I kind of like the idea of like the creature that they create with their own like stupidity, and that they create to just be a immortal baby factory or whatever they're gonna do with it. I like the idea of that creature coming back to haunt them, you know. I think is fun and is a nice little warning to, you know, men who whatever are misogynistic and stuff like that, that, you know, that even when you try to create perfect quote unquote woman, there will always be, it'll never actually be the perfect whatever trad wife that you want. That people will always rebel, that they'll always take back some autonomy, some agency, you know what I mean? That there's no such thing as the perfect woman or the perfect man for that matter, and trying to make one with science or whatever, even with an immortal person brain and an immortal woman, is ultimately just folly, you know. It's never gonna be what you want it to be. It's never, you know, it's never going, you know, you're never gonna be able to the thing that you're treating like an object, you're never gonna get it to be a person that you want it to be without treating it like a person, right? It seems to be kind of silly to say out loud, but it's like, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, big surprise, the person that you killed and completely destroyed their body wants to destroy you. It's like, who would have thought that, you know? It's just, it's funny, but it's funny, and it's just a fun story. I have to say, you know, I have to reiterate it very entertaining. All right, well, now we are on to AfraidNovel, and her name was Sarah. In this story, it has these sort of, I think it's just maybe a formatting issue. I think maybe they, maybe it's not an issue, maybe it's on purpose, but Yeah, I think that's I think that's interesting. We'll see if it adds to the story in some way, that we have these little boxes where it kind of, these lines go on for a really long time and we kind of have to scroll through it. Let's see. It'll be fun. It'll be lots of fun. Her name was Sarah. I don't know exactly the reason why I opened that hospital door. Confusion, maybe? Upon entering the room, I was hit with the reek of death, stabbing into my nose like a serial killer's first thrust. The smell was devastating to every single one of my senses. And while my nose was the first one affected, the others would soon join this terrible symphony of decay. Her notebook says her name was Sarah. In front of me sat an elderly man, his hair gray and buzzed, his fingers worn, yet comforting to the reason of the stench, a young girl. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll see myself out. Don't worry, son. It's not like you knew her either. Shame she had to go out like this. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything on these other lines. Shame she had to go out like this. As he stroked the hair of the young girl, he looked up at me, a hint of disappointment and sadness in his eyes. She didn't die naturally, you know. What? What did he mean by that? Speaking of her death, where was the doctor, the nurses? This poor girl was left all alone at this point of this. Okay, this poor girl was left all alone at this point of the smell of decay. Shouldn't she already have been taken out? He must have seen my eyebrows furrow in confusion because he repeated himself. Oh God, this is gonna be hard too. But yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh, can I? Okay, I can do that. That's helpful. Because he repeated himself. He didn't die naturally. This young girl had something happen to her besides whatever sickness may have been in her. Oh God. Come on. No, okay. He didn't die naturally. This young girl had something happen to her besides whatever sickness may have been in her body. Wasn't what took her life. Whatever it was evil. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Don't apologize to me. She wasn't mine. Still, a shame. This old man was starting to make me uneasy. I took a wrong turn into the wrong room, but he seems like he came in here on purpose. This old man was starting to make me uneasy. I took a wrong turn into the wrong room, but he seems like he came in here on purpose, even though he didn't know this young girl. I see. Well, I better go find the correct room. You have a good day. He was about to speak, but before I gave him an awkward smile, turned the doorknob, and walked out. Whatever that elderly man wanted to say to me, I had no interest. Lots of time had already been spent. Lots of time had already been spent in the room of death. Too much, if you ask me. Still, I couldn't get the view of this young girl's appearance out of my head. She was young, obviously sickly looking girl, her hair barely still intact with her head, clumps of it seemingly fallen out before her death. Thinking back at her image, the sight of her was very familiar. Cancer. Thank God that's the end. That line. Her notebook says her name. I don't know who this is talking, but. Oh, it's the old man, okay. Her notebook says her name was Sarah. What? I spun backwards. Was the old man repeating himself? Like a dizzy spell, my whole concentration seemed to fracture. I turned to face him, but he wasn't there. He was behind me. In front of me stood the door, closed. How was the door closed? I just opened it. Puzzled, I looked behind me, and there he was, the elderly man with the same gray hair, stroking the cheek of the deceased girl. What's your name, son? The question was just one of the many now buzzing in my brain. Did I once again come into the incorrect room during my dizziness? That can't be. I just opened the door. I barely walked through it. I don't even recall closing it. What was going on? Son? Oh, yeah, Christopher. Do you know her? Oh no, I don't know her. I was just leaving. On turning the doorknob, deja vu set in with my unprepared deja vu set in with my unprepared vertigo. Once again, I was in that small room. The stench of death now becoming as plain as the air you'd normally breathe. This couldn't be happening. Once could possibly be accidental, but now this loop was freaking me out. The old man hasn't moved from his spot since I first arrived. And after the attempts to leave, I hadn't turned to look back at him since this third arrival into the room. Slowly, I turned my head to see him. He sat there, no longer stroking the hair of the girl. Now he just sat, leering into what felt like my soul. You okay, son? You seem lost. Here, take a seat. He gestured at a small chair across from him, next to the girl, the deceased girl. Hesitantly, I sat. Upon sitting, my view would cross between the two. Looking at the young girl, you could see her face was mixed with a sight of peacefulness and betrayal. The elderly man's face was harder to read. That once look of disappointment and heartbreak now mixed with a look of indifference, yet it still felt like knives sharpening its blade my flesh. Take a look at this. He grabbed something from the side of the young girl, passing it to me, his gaze still never leaving me. Taking the item, it was quickly revealed to be a notebook. The notebook was pink, glitter covering both the front and back side of the covers. Flipping the notebook over to the front, it revealed a name along with a queen's crown beside it. Sarah. We'll see here, something like right here, it's like you could just say the story's good and interesting. I like the time loop element and him being stuck in the room and this old man being like, I don't know her, but she didn't deserve this or whatever, all the stuff he said. Very fun thus far, cool concept. There's just little things about the writing, like glitter covering both the front and back side of the covers. Like just put her notebook was pink, glitter, glitter covered, whatever, the front and back, or it could just say like, pink covered in glitter, like just a quick little, like, we get it, we see the notebook, it's pink and glittery, it doesn't need to be like covering both the front and back sides of the covers, you know what I mean? That's just a little clunky. Sarah. Like I said, her name seems to be Sarah. Poor girl, so young. Even though her whole life seemed to be riddled with sickness, the sickness isn't what got to her. Her vitals seemed like they were recovering. This young girl could have recovered from whatever she was going through. You don't think she died of her sickness? Why would you think that? I don't know why I remained in the room. Whether there should be a was here. Whether it was me not wanting to be perceived as rude or indulging an elderly man in his sorrow of what I can only assume was his granddaughter. Either way, I remained seated. Glanced up at me, then back at the young girl. For one, if something medical was the reason for her death, the doctors, nurses, family would all be here right now. Another reason. He rubbed her face once more. I should say, there's another typo here. He rubbed her face once more, then grabbed one of her weak arms, softly, caringly. She was struggling. Her arms seemed bruised from hitting the sides of her bed. Whatever truly happened to her, it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't natural. This man was insane. Whether or not he was an old man, crazy and traumatized by the death of this young girl, or something more twisted, he was insane. My quickly developing fear of this man was now completely on my face. He noticed, once again, those knives of indifference stabbed into my gut, the metaphorical pain seeping into my organs. Christopher, take a look at Sarah. Why did I give this random man my name? What originally felt like an awkward inconvenience has now developed into a full-fledged horrific situation. I wanted to run out of the room. I wanted to leave and go to the hospital room that I was supposed to go to. My legs felt like spaghetti. I couldn't stand up. Whatever desire I had to escape, Whatever desire I had to escape, my body's necessity to remain fought it twice as hard. As my head was working on its own aspirations, I looked down at the young girl. There she lay, her skin once theoretically peachy and colorful, was now washed of any color. Now she laid there. Now she laid there, withered to the Now she laid there, whiter than bone. Yet, even though her face was that of demise, she was beautiful. Her features dove deep into my soul. Without knowing this girl by nothing but her name, I wanted to protect her, keep her safe. The heartbreak of knowing that wouldn't be possible due to her untimely death was immense. As the pain in my heart grew and my hand began to caress her face, her precious face, the elderly man spoke, breaking my spell momentarily. Who were you here to see, Christopher? Who was I here to see? Who was I here to see? I couldn't remember. It was someone close to me. It had to be. Why was I here? I looked down at the girl, and at her sight, I no longer was collapsed with her beauty. Now I felt immense grief, no worse, guilt. Who were you at the hospital for? Christopher? Yes? Your daughter. That's who you were here for, correct? Yes, my daughter. As if struck by lightning, every particle of flesh and bone went into full defensive mode. My daughter was possibly missing me now. How long had I been in this room with decay? I needed to go, standing up as I was prepared to offer my apologies and leave. That was shut down by the strongest hand I had ever felt gripping my forearm, the old man. What's her name? What? Christopher, what is your daughter's name? I tried to say her name. It was at the tip of my tongue, but every time I would try, cottonmouth would take effect. The stubbornness of my voice was now choking my desire to answer, to leave this room, to see my beautiful baby girl. Yet every time I choked out a letter, the words would once again be swung back deep into my throat. I couldn't handle it. I peeled away. The elderly man's hand ran towards the door, twisting the knob and running out of the room. But despite my best effort, I was back, face to face with the man. Okay, I peeled away the elderly man's hand from the elderly man's hand and ran towards the door, twisting the doorknob and running out of the room. But despite my best effort, I was back, face to face with the man. His questions felt like a needle twisting through the cloth that was my skin. Every escape I tried, the more hopeless I felt. With what felt like the 100 struggled to escape this God-abandoned building, I slumped to the floor, defeated. Your daughter, why was she in the hospital? Tears flooded into my eyes, defeat evident, yet surprisingly, the words finally flowed through me. She was sick. What? Cancer. He looked at me, the dedication he must have saved up to peer at me with those careless eyes still haunts my memory. Every glance he had at me, his tone would shift to looking at the girl. Then once again, the needle started to thread as his attention was focused back on me. That cancer broke you, didn't it? It felt like a question, but it wasn't. Whoever it was that stared at me, he knew the answer. Whoever it was that stared at me, he knew the answer. Yes, the pain, the fear, bills, it piled up, didn't it? Tears were no longer held back in a sobbing mess on the tiled floor. I looked up at the man before me, no longer seeming frail. Now he felt reckoning. He knew the answers to every question, yet he still asked, and I knew I had to answer. Yes. And what did you do to stop your misery? What did you do to your daughter? What did you do to your daughter? I killed her. How? Smothering. What was her name? Please. What was her name? I can't, please. His voice was something I couldn't comprehend. Every question felt like a car falling onto me. I couldn't say her name. I can't, my beautiful girl, my beautiful baby girl. I now remember everything, the pain, the destruction, the guilt, the response. How did I get into the hospital? She was dead years ago. You shouldn't be here. How did I get into this hospital? She was dead years ago. She shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. You killed her. You saw her pain, and all you could think of was your pain, your grief, your lack of sustain. You lack of sustain. Yeah, this line needs to be fixed. You lack of sustain. Your lack of, I don't know. He grabbed her pillow from her head roughly, unlike the compassion he had for her corpse. Before her head could fall back, I grabbed her, holding onto her head. I looked down at her. Even in death, she was the most precious thing I would ever see. My only precious creation. He shoved the pillow into my face, his voice now seething with anger and disdain. Grab this pillow, you shoved it over her face, and you smothered her to death. You killed your own daughter, the only thing you were sworn to protect. Say her name. My baby girl, I'm so sorry for everything that happened. It was so long ago, but it never left my memory. I thought it was best for you, best to prevent your pain. I was wrong. I was oh so wrong. Your life was cut shorter than it could have been because of my greed, my wickedness. I'm sorry. What's her name, Christopher? Say it. Her name is Sarah. A flood of emotions crossed every portion of my body. Pain, relief, disgust, misery. Nothing was missing. Except for Sarah. She was gone. Her body was present, but my Sarah was gone. I see. The elderly man stood up, walking past me, tears still streaming as I hugged the corpse of my once alive daughter. Grabbed a hat that was in the corner rack of the room, turned the doorknob, opened the door to the hospital lounge. I looked at him, my pain still crashing through me like a Red Sea. I struggled out a question I had since the third loop around. Finally, I had my time to ask. What are you? The elderly man looked at me. For the first time since he looked at Sarah, there was a look of disappointment. Without an answer, he walked into the lobby and closed the door behind him. Hours must have passed. By the time I looked up from Sarah, my daughter's pale face, the painful past had to be put where it belonged. In the past, I gave my everything. One final kiss on her head and stood up, walking to the door, closed my eyes, turned the doorknob, and walked into the next part of my life. I closed my eyes and walked into the next part of my life. I opened them moments later, and before me, a hospital bed, my Sarah still laying lifeless upon her pillow. Damn. That was tragic, but very good. And the format was cool. I think I don't think you need some of those lines so long, but I do like having to kind of scroll through it. A, because there's a journal in it anyway, so it kind of feels like turning a page or whatever with that element of the journal and the story. But I also like it before because this story is such a grueling, like, come to terms with what you did, and we as the reader are like trying to we have to physically move the cursor in order to see the next words, and in that same way our character is kind of going through a similar trial of like trying to come to terms with it, with the story of what he did, with this hell that he's been deservingly relegated to. And I would have been mad. I mean, I was figuring this was kind of how it would end, that he would just still be in the same loop, but I was kind of relegated, or I was I was glad at the same way I'm glad it still ended that way, because you're like, fuck yeah, dude, that dude shouldn't have to do anything other than sit in his in his horribleness and see the only better thing would be like if he was just straight up tortured, you know what I mean? But I do think this mental torture is almost worse in a way, to just have to live with this. Now, I was wondering if maybe the older dude was just him, and he's older because like he's like, I'm the part of you that died a long time ago, that was like, that was supposed to protect your daughter or something like that. And so, yeah, I think that is kind of interesting to see it that way. But I also just think of this as some angel of, like recompense, or like, some sort of deity that's just like, I'm here to make sure you never forget. Like, as soon as you keep walking out of this room, your mind you keep remembering it, and then once your mind fully like turns to mush, and you're just so whatever, you've done this for so many lifetimes that your brain is just completely gone off the rails, and you're just like, where am I? Once that happens, this old guy shows up to make this dude remember what he did to his daughter and selfishness, and that is kind of the reason that he's there, is just so that in this hell he can't ever truly forget or be at peace. He's just there to remind him of what he's done, and I think that's like just as cool as maybe it being him, and so I think that's very, very it's fun, right? You could have two interpretations of it. I like that the story isn't like, I'm you, Christopher, I'm the you that that loved your daughter or this or that. I think you can kind of interpret it at least in those two ways. But I also think, it's fun to just think of this like ethereal old man who's just like, I didn't know her, but she didn't deserve this. And it's like, he could just be some sort of spirit of like kindness who was like passing through, and in whatever realm these people are in, whether it's hell or whether this guy is in hell, it's like maybe this is just some spirit that's like passing through hell, almost like a Dante or a Virgil. And he's like, well, why do you think you're here? You know what I mean? He's like, and the guy's like, I don't know. I was just going to see somebody. And he's like, well, why were you at the hospital? Who could you have been going to see? And it's like obvious that because the old guy has already figured out that, well, you're stuck in this room because you must have done something to her. And so he's like, he's just a spirit passing through, like trying to, get him to realize that. And I think that that's kind of fun too, that it's like, it's not necessarily so definite as like the old man is just part of this infinite loop that makes him remember. Like, no, he's just a small part in it that just makes our narrator, makes our main character come again to the horrific conclusion of what he's done. That it totally makes sense that if a person did this, that they would, like, whether they're alive or dead, and I think you could argue in this story that the father's dead too, but you would be like, well, that makes sense that person would deny and cognitive dissonance and just be like, no, my daughter was sick, nothing happened to her, I didn't do anything to her. So it makes sense that, like, maybe this person has told this lie for so long that maybe once they finally die, or once they finally face judgment, like, their whole infinity is just having to come to terms with it over and over again. And I think you could see that as the end too. Like, maybe his memory gets wiped again, like he leaves the room. Well, it says my Sarah, so maybe not, because he sees that it's his Sarah when he comes back into the room. But yeah, I think that that it's like fitting, it's a fitting end, and it's a fitting eternal hell time loop story. Like, typically these sort of stories, it's like people just get stuck in some place, and it's either because they're like, well, I'm already dead, I must be, or they're like, I'm stuck because I don't know why, and they just kind of don't know, and they're just stuck in this place. But I think it's equally fun that in the story, like, oh, we get to figure out exactly why, and he fully deserves to be there, I think that's cool too. I think that that to me made what otherwise would just be a kind of unsettling time loop story that much more fitting and creepier too, because like, it's like you don't really feel bad for the father, but like you do feel for the sense of like people who lose children and like how much that affects them. But then to have that flipped upside down where it's like, we know that you killed her, and so it's like, it to just be stuck in that moment forever. It's like when parents lose children, they're already stuck in that moment forever. They already never truly recover from that, and then to just have that taken to the extreme and done in a way where they deserve it and stuff is just pretty unique and fun. And it's certainly a memorable story and a good time loop story too, I have to say. I think this is where a time loop you know, and yes, they get associated with like the afterlife a lot, or just like liminal like horror where it's like, we don't know, it doesn't make any sense. But I don't know how, if this will make sense, but I like stories that make sense. Like, I like it when there's a reason that, whether it's a supernatural thing or not, it's like, oh, there's a reason that this stuff is happening, and it's fitting not only for like the characters, but the nature of the supernatural phenomena itself is fitting to the crime or to the conflict of the story. Like, the conflict is this father, you know, was selfish, and so he killed his own daughter thinking he was sparing her, but really it was only for himself. And then now he has to live with that choice his whole rest of his existence. I think it ties a nice little bow up on the story, and it makes me feel like, yeah, there's a few little clunky things about the writing here and there, but most of all, I like that this story is just a nice little story with a nice little bow on it. I feel fulfilled by reading it. You know, I don't feel like there's really more that needed to happen or that I wanted to happen. I don't need a devil creature to come in and go, this is your punishment for your transgressions. You know, it's like, we don't need all of that. I think the old man getting him to say her name really just kind of enough. And you know, it's equally as fun to think about, like, well, maybe that was some sort of benevolent demon or devil whose job it is to just punish this guy and make him remember and make him say his daughter's name. And that's creepy in itself. And we kind of get some sense of that when we talk about the guy's gaze, you know, piercing him and, you know, unsettling him, but then being kind to the daughter and looking like, you know, so at the same time, so like sorry and understanding for the daughter. I think it's nice. It's a fulfilling story, and it's just nice. It's a lot of fun. So, all right, well, next we are gonna do, I think we have 2 left, if we're gonna do them both. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go get another drink. And yeah, we're gonna keep rocking with it. Yeah, okay, only 3 hours and 38 minutes. Not bad, right? Not too shabby, I don't think. Yeah, I think right now I will just, is Scream 6 bad? Okay, why not, Papa Me? I think let's just watch this video while I go grab another drink, and then we'll get into the next story.
Else, really. Oh, and Courtney Cox, she's back too. I had no idea that there was 6 Scream movies. I saw the trailer to this movie, and when I saw that it was Scream 6, I thought to myself, what happened to 4 and 5? Don't remember those coming out, which apparently 4 came out in 2011, and then Scream 5 came out last year? What? That actually blew my mind. But if you know anything about the Scream series, you know, Scream is one of the most iconic names in the slasher genre, being extremely pivotal in the 90s with flipping the expectations, flipping the tropes, using audiences' preconceived notions of what, you know, the very formulaic slasher genre had built up to by that point, with the extreme slasher fatigue that we had from all of the 80s, you know, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween, and then like the billions of clones that came after that, you know, put like a list here. Oh my God, 700 slasher movies that all follow the same formula. How fun. But luckily in the 90s we were saved. I believe it was 1996. Scream 1 came out, directed by the brilliant Wes Craven, who also did Nightmare on Elm Street. You know, it took the idea of what a slasher movie should be and, you know, flipped it on its head. One thing that was kind of cool was that you had Drew Barrymore on the cover of the Scream poster, but, you know, they kill her off in the first scene in the movie. So it's just disregarding what the final girl is and establishing somebody else as that, and, you know, playing with the tropes and having the characters also be self-referential, you know, very campy, very cheesy, fourth wall breaking kind of stuff. And it's very fun. The infamous little ghost face, the mask that everybody knows, has been parodied to death. I mean, my God, when Scary Movie came out, when I was younger, everybody did the "what's that" thing. What's that? Ugh. Glad those times are over. It would have been funny if in Scream 6 they actually included that. Today's video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends! You've heard the name, but let me tell you what you've been missing out on. Raid has hundreds of champions to collect, a super in-depth RPG battle system, amazing graphics, and intense boss fights. But wait, there's more! To celebrate Raid's 4th anniversary, we're hosting a dinner party, and I need your help figuring out who to invite. Here's who I'm thinking for the 4 most wanted champions. Ronda Rousey, legend. From 1996 until right now in 2023, we are up to Scream 6. And before we get into spoilers and all that, I give it a 5 out of 10. You know, should you go see this movie? I'd say, why not? If you like the old movies, you might like this one too. But without further ado, let's talk about Scream 6. Scream, just all the Screams. When Scream came out, the big thing was that there's 2 killers at the end. You know, always in typical slasher films, it's always one killer who has a motive. But in this one, it was a multiple series of killers that really kind of like, you know, flip people on their head. They're like, oh my God, this is crazy. I just want to briefly go over all the ghost faces real quick so you're all caught up to speed on all the previous killers. Because it's not just one guy, it changes each movie. So, you know. Scream 1, Billy Loomis, who...
All right, we're going to keep watching this so I can eat a little snack really quick, and then we'll get into more stories. So we're going to keep reading stories, but I just take a little break real quick.
Wants revenge for Billy's dad cheating with Sydney's mom, and Stu, he's just kind of along for the ride. He's a big horror fan, and he's like, I just want to be in the movie. Very fourth wall breaking, very fun, and it all just starts with a weird love triangle. It's a fun motive. It's just a weird, pissed off teenager who's just like, I'm gonna start dating this girl, and I'm gonna mess with her psychologically, and I'm gonna murder this, and, you know, then people are gonna think this, and it's a fun build-up. You know, you should watch it. If you haven't seen Scream 1, it's good. It's a classic. You gotta watch it. But that leads us into Scream 2, which is Billy's mom who wants revenge on Sydney for killing Billy. Her sidekick is Mickey, who is a film student who wants who helps her out for tuition money. Kind of has like a Friday the 13th, the first one, where the mom's pissed off that her Down syndrome child was all bullied and drowned in a lake. You know, sure, I'm pissed off mom. You know, who wouldn't be pissed off that their kid got murdered? Scream 3, the Ghostface is Roman Bridger, who is Sydney's mom's illegitimate child and got Billy started on the murders so Sydney would notice him. He is the only ghost face to kill alone, so that's how they switch the expectations on you there. The first 2 movies, it's always been 2 killers. This movie, it's been 1 killer. That was the last movie that came out in 2000. Now we skip 11 years into the future, right? 11 years in the future, Scream 4 comes out, and Jill is Sydney's cousin and is jealous of Sydney's life, wishes she was the last girl. Charlie is the accomplice. So basically, we have a girl who's just like, wow, Sydney, I wish that my friends were killed so I could get all this attention. And then we have the Kevin McAllister brother. What the fuck's his name? Macaulay Culkin. A Culkin brother is just along for the ride, probably because he wants some sniz. And then lastly, we have Scream. It's just called Scream, but if they put the 5V in the M, fuck you. Scream 5, Sam's boyfriend Richie and his secret lover Amber wanted to provide more source material for the in-universe stab movie franchise, which is based on the Scream killings. It's like an interesting thing, wanting more material from the, like, even more meta in-universe movies of a movie about, you know, the killings that we're seeing now. It's fun. So we're up to this point. All in all, like, as a franchise, it's not bad. I mean, like, 2 and 3 aren't, you know, that good. I had no idea 4 and 5 even existed, but, like, all in all, it's not egregious. It's not like, you know, Jason X, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But that leads us up to this pivotal moment where now here we are with Scream 6, which still focuses on Sam from the last movie and her little sister, Jenna Ortega. So Jenna Ortega and Sam, who no name, who cares? She's not Wednesday Addams, sweetie. And we have a lot of, through the years, it's been a lot of reoccurring cast of characters. So there's some people in here. Courtney Cox looks like the Crypt Keeper in this movie. I just want to throw that out there now before I forget. Move on to spoilers for Scream 6. So if you want to be surprised and all that kind of shit, don't watch any further. But let's talk about it. Before we even get into any of this, guys, I just don't want to waste your time. Jenna Ortega does not do a viral TikTok dance in this, so if that deters you from seeing it, I completely understand. God bless. I hope you enjoyed the movie review. So as a brief summary of going into Scream 6 is that it's a continuation from Scream 5 where Sam and her sister, Jenna Ortega, can't even remember, what's her name in the movie? Do you remember? Tara. Now live in New York City, and Jenna Ortega is going to college, and Sam's just kind of there because, last year people were murdered and she's all freaked out. It's Scream, but New York. That's the general vibe. We're not in a small town anymore. Now, how is Ghostface going to kill all of these people in New York City, the city of people who don't give a shit about anybody else except themselves? That's crazy. Now that we have the premise out of the way, because that's the premise, they're in New York City, Ghostface is back, we know he's back, but how do they deal with it in New York? Every Scream movie is comprised of three things. One, who is the Ghostface killer? What's the big Scooby-Doo mystery? Who gets unmasked and who's revealed? Two, the kills. Having Ghostface run around and kill people, stabbing people mostly. It's mostly stabs. I wish I had a number counter for how many times each character has been stabbed in this franchise, because some characters get stabbed like 57 times through the period of like however many years, and they're fine. And then somebody could get stabbed like twice in the shoulder and then they're dead. So it's like, And then number three, how do they subvert the tropes of the slasher genre, or how do they subvert the tropes of the Scream franchise? Those are kind of what we're looking at here with this. So first off, let's just start off with who is the Ghostface killer? Ooh. Isn't Ghostface also a rapper name? I feel like each movie gets a little more convoluted than the last, and I think that's fine. I think that the movies can be kind of, whatever. It kind of has a Saw vibe, where it's just like, who's Jigsaw this time? Who's the master, the puppet master? In this movie, it is, and like I said, spoils, it's the cop. And the problem with this is that the cop, who is the worst actor in the film, which is actually surprising, which if we had to break it down real quick, the two worst performances in the movie are the cop and Jenna Ortega. I simply cannot believe how bad she is as like a rising star. Holy shit. Also, this other guy, the cop, he's been in tons of movies. I've seen him in some movies where you're like, oh, he's pretty good. Horrible. Some of the line deliveries, my God. But in this movie, it's the cop who is the dad of one of the roommates in the dorm that she lives in with Jenna Ortega and her sister, and he's also the dad of the new C-list Evan Peters. And the big shocker is that it's Richie's family. It's Richie's dad, who was the last Ghostface killer, who was dating their main character, Sam, which is just odd to me because it's like, how did they not know that this person is the dad? Why wouldn't they know about him? That was just kind of odd to me. Which maybe that flew over my head. Maybe there's something I didn't see in the past. I don't know. It just feels cheap as a viewer when you're like, oh, okay. It's like, oh, if only you would have known how to kill me. Like, it's like Superman. Superman's like, haha, I'm fucking invincible, you idiot. If only you would have known that kryptonite's my weakness. And it's like, okay, well, how would I have known that? Like, if no one told you that, how would I have known that kryptonite is your weakness, kind of thing? So to have the character just show up and be like, ha ha ha, what you didn't realize is that these two are my kids and that I am secretly his father, even though you should have known that, and these are his siblings, and we're all very mad. I think that what they should have done is you start off and you have the cop in New York, and then you have Sam. She looks like she gets framed for these kills, and he's just like, listen up, you fucking little whore. I know what you did to my fucking son. And even she's like, you're his dad? He's like, you bet your ass and you're gonna be behind bars for the rest of your life. You hear me? He like grabs her, fucking pulls her in. You hear me, bitch? You're going to jail. Like freaks out, right? And then at the end, it's just like, by the way, I'm the killer and these are my kids. And you're like, oh, so that's how he knew. It's just odd. I don't know. It's convoluted and fucking stupid, but that's the
All right, I had a snack, and now let's get back to the sun has yet to set here. Metamortem. Yeah, I think just Metamortem. It's fine. It always makes me want to say like Memento Mori or whatever, but Metamortem. By electronic underscore 2 EWO underscore 7421. 20 days ago. Let's get to it. Let's check it out, doggy. The sun is yet to set here at Metamortem. Try the Halloween lo-fi spooky beats. I know this is the end. I know it. I'm alone here at the last bus station. It's a bit before the sun sets. I won't be here when it does. Sky is blank. No clouds, no stars, nothing to look up to. Just blank. No one behind me. No one forward. No one beside. No one to shoulder my burdens. But be here soon, once the sun sets. Today is Metamortem, and I am the last witness. This is my account. 14 years ago, 2026, a lot went wrong that year. If I were a butterfly flutting across the flowers, I'd say the day of January 4th was simply sublime. But I had the misfortune of being a human, let alone a man. That's the date, January 4th, when the scent of pollen perforated the rot of humanity. No one would have believed you if you told them that after such technologically pompous year, tech would fall, that the world's most profitable industry would crumble. No one believed me when I showed them the graphs. They threw the word bogus at me, kicked me out, unhomed me. Ever yet. I was better kept than them later. Mount Fuji disappeared? What? Mount Fuji disappeared. December 2025. I had my last stream. I can't remember the day, but I remember the night. To me, oldest night of my life. I was sitting outside on my porch, my other half having an affair in our kitchen over the birthday cake I baked for her. I remember staring through hell tears at the dribbles of snow, lonely as me, spaced out as they fell. I remember the red from my knuckles dripping from the steps floating forward on the snowbed. I remember resting my head on the porch post, shivering from the cold in my blue overcoat, breathing down into the scarf my other half wrapped around me that morning before work. I prayed before hitting the snowbed out of fatigue. I prayed for a purge, the purge of humanity, unconscious, a dream. Algae clung to the decayed signpost. More of a gallows with a word on it. more of a gallows with a word on it. I couldn't read the word, but I now know it. For I sit beneath it as I write this. I was standing on greenery, solid algae and lakes. I could see behind me a patch unfettered by algae, a patch of clarity. I stood atop a glacier beneath the crystal clear. I saw as I crouched down, my eyes stared at me, or at the hope that should have been there. It wasn't a reflection. I was frozen beneath the ice. I was the dinosaur to my own future. That's a cool line. I was the dinosaur to my own future. And below those feet of mine was a gold-plated copper torch held by an ocean green statue. The statue that once identified for freedom, now trapped beneath a gargantuan ice age. And I, looking through the crystal at myself. I stood back up, delirious by the point, looking at the world across the gallows. The sea of algae, struggling to metastasize on the flat glacier. The trophosphere had frozen. Or maybe it's troposphere. One moment, I stood atop a glacier. The next, I was watching the glacier from within, amidst a leap from the Liberty torch, glaring at the sun that refracted in. And as I lost my hearing, vision, smell, taste, I retained my feeling. I felt dread. I felt the future that many dreamed of. I understood that no matter what prayer pertained, this was to come. The universe had made me its first witness. When I woke up in the hospital, first face I saw was my dog scraping his tongue against my chin. I was awake, yet reality felt more of a dream than the dream itself. I knew what was to come. The gallows had etched itself into me. The world was to end, and I was to hope. I don't hope anymore. Hope died with the dog. February 2026. The hug of the white bears. Mount Fuji might have disappeared, but it left a lot behind. Japan lasted that month, January, but not after. The white creatures of the winter sunk in. We watched it on the screens, submerged, the creatures with it. February 23rd, we send our ships to China. 26 submarines dipped into the East China Sea. 2 came out. It would take a month longer before the footage was revealed to the public. A white creature covered in fur, its hands wrapped around a little girl, its eyes as white as its fur. More so than snow. Locked onto the submarine's camera. A few months after that, more would surface, pictures, videos. Yoki Otoko, the last Japanese communication, meaning Yeti. China was next. Or Yuki Otoko. China was next. October 19th, 2026. The letter from Andromeda, undersigned Elith, 8 months. It took 8 months for China to fall. Japan, the land of the rising sun, sank in the cold water. China got paranoid. Month 1. A pictured sighting of a Yeti on Chinese shores floated the internet, writing the current unease. Distrust burned like a flame. The letter came like oxygen. It was a piece of paper in an envelope made of the same, as simple as things could get with a sentence in it. When America got its translated copy, they passed it off as a bad joke. China didn't. It was handwritten, cryptic, but Mandarin despite all of its flaws. Ayla said he never intended for it to go the way it did, but China, morning of 20th October, says otherwise. You are watching you. That's all it read. After the Yeti sighting, a simple sentence was a gurgle or the water boiled. The rumors of a Yogui, a shape-shifting creature that mimics humans down to their social structure, spreads like wildfire. That was only the beginning. A seed had been sown, and the dirt shed its new cocoon while it grew. Month 2, a child walked down the street during the Chinese emergency, humming the march of volunteers as she did. Not one trace of hers was left after the smoke cleared. Her family that screamed in mournful tears from behind the windows of their houses were met with grenades thrown into those same windows. The Yogui, the monster, hid inside his house with his family, whilst the real monsters held their firearms at gaunt children and women. Month 3, the famine struck harder, enough for the coup to germinate. Question of doubt that blossomed in an ensign at the state of the country. What if the yogi wasn't in houses on the streets playing with toys, sucking on the breast of their mothers? What if instead of holding on their parents' thumbs, they held military hands? Month 4, a simple question from an ensign, and the military ceased to exist. Month 5, upon receiving intel of the coup, we sent operatives to retrieve our hostages. 2 submarines that return housed a complement of 80. The ones remaining would range from 10 to 25. Expectations of retrieval were low. They knew they hadn't gone to retrieve as much as they want to have on the ground. It was in good faith, too. We found them, the 12 survivors and the 68 undead beside them. The Jiangxi were being kept from us. Month 7, the military coup leader, once an ensign, was live. News channels blasted his presence on screen, smacked with ad campaigns to vote. Just as China dwindled, America did too. Dwindling, the mask of restraint letting through the reality from within. The live stream lasted 3 minutes, enough to fit a dozen ads across our screen. None did pay attention to the ads. The Chinese military leader declared himself a Uguay. It took 8 months for China to fall. By the morning of 20th of October, US of A was the second largest population in the world. China climbed a mountain too steep for it to climb down. They say Lucifer fell from grace, banished by his father to rule upon hell. Well, when China fell, no God offered it salvation. All that was left was the pungent decay of Burgundy soil. China killed itself, leaving behind the virus that aided it. The Jiangxi ate the humans that remained, and so after fed on the Uguay. Those which escaped before were caught and put down despite and were caught and put down despite, and those that escaped long ago were hoarded in groups and burnt, some on China soil, some in Times Square. But I speak not for those that have passed. They had their time to speak. I sit under the shade of this bus stop, waiting ever so patiently for the sun to set, but even now, hours later, I know it won't. I have yet to account history for you. Won't set until I've done that. To those that find this after Alith or the others from the vastness of the universe, I hope to be buried atop a flowering hill where the butterflies now rest. Want to flutter the next time I'm born. If ever so, I am. To those who find this before, I must rest now, temporarily, for I have yet to finish. Wait for me. The sun has yet to set here. Interesting. Damn, that was good. That was very good. That was very haunting. I had to turn off the music halfway through because I was like, this might just kill the vibe of this story. I was playing like spooky beats, lo-fi spooky beats, but yeah, I mean, I think that this story is cool. Like it's like an ice age, it's Yetis, it's Jiangxi. I recognized a lot of the names from like Jiangxi or the I think there was even one more, but yeah, this whole idea of we get like these ice age and then these Yetis and then these shape shifting Jiangxi and then the Yoguai. Um, I think that's all. I don't know. It's just cool and it's such a fun, like, we all kind of know, like, global warming, day after tomorrow. Like, we've seen that, but I love this idea that it just brings about this new, like, sort of resurgence in cryptids, and they're kind of all real in some way or another, and they're all like, they take out whole countries or whole countries take out themselves, and just kind of this like returning to nature element, and the haunting nature of this recounting of history. Yes, he saw it before, but as it's like already happened, because he's at Memento Mori or whatever it's called, or Metamortem. It's like he's leaving this for the visitors that come to this planet from the vastness of the universe, or Aelith, which I forget what Aelith is, but I think Aelith's like some sort of god, and then, this whole idea that like if I were a butterfly, like at the beginning it says if I were a butterfly on this day, it would have been a glorious day or whatever, but I was cursed with being a human, and so it's not. And then in the future, or like, I hope to be buried atop a flowering hill where the butterflies now rest. I want to flutter the next time I'm born, if I'm ever so graced. That like reincarnative, I don't think that's a word, but I'm going to use it like one, that the reincarnative nature of this story, and that like that is his wish to be a butterfly, as he brought up in the beginning, I think is like a nice, really powerful, kind of full circle moment. And I'm sure like by the idea of he's waiting at a bus stop, I do feel like that is like ethereal, like he's not actually, or this character isn't literally alive waiting at like a bus stop in the whatever ice age struck world, but it's this idea of like, I am at the bus stop, but the sun will not set, the bus will not arrive until I kind of wrap up this story, that I was told, that I was like, that I dreamt about before it even started to happen. And like, despite our narrator or whatever, like maybe being dead or whatever, it's like I can't move on until I leave this this tale for whatever comes next. It's not like for the humans in the future or whatever. It's just like for whatever comes next, there needs to be this account. And then I like the crazy stories about like, I don't know if it's like the Jane Shi, but basically like the shapeshifters in China, and how like an ensign who was once, or like years ago was an ensign, now he declares himself Yogui or whatever, and how that like he declares himself a shapeshifter. So I'm guessing maybe that's saying he's like, I took over. He is a shapeshifter, and he's like, I took over the country and whatever. I like how in this sort of story, this is like the broader picture, right? From this person who kind of passed on, or from this person who has this kind of like ethereal God's I view picture of everything that happened. And it's only with a few lines that we do get to hear like, um the ensign, now the leader, came on the news for 3 minutes and like stuff like that. The military leader declared himself a Yogui, and so it's like within the story, like that is already like a story just in itself, but we have this kind of bird's eye view of it, and it's fun, right? It reminds me of that story that they read on Creepcast of it came from a fan episode of like I read a book that has is about the history of the world, and it ends with biological warfare and all this stuff. Like, this is another kind of version of a similar thing where it's telling like the end of mankind, and maybe the end of the earth, or just the state that the earth is in when mankind is finally over. And so obviously it's really depressing and stuff, but I think it's cool to bring the monsters into it, and it's cool to have these little, like, this military leader in China, once an ensign, was live, like, on a broadcast or whatever. It's just fun, these little details, and it's fun to imagine, like, there's that story, and then there's the story of, like, the submarines going to get the hostages back, and these, like, crazy, whatever, cryptid military, like, SCP type stories. And we just get this fun little flyby mention of them. And so it's a good story because, unlike the other one, it's fun to imagine, like, what did those soldiers have to face, where it was like, well, 15 submarines left and only 2 returned. It's like, I like to imagine that, and we get that with this story, whereas, like, in the other end of the world one, like, it pretty much just explains that, like, all the countries started using biological weapons, and they took it too far, and they nuked the center where they had the most biological weapons, and they entered the atmosphere. And then later, people tried to leave their bomb shelters, and they died almost instantly. And so it's like, it's very, that story has similar elements, but in this one, there's even more that we can kind of guess, because, like, although that story had, like, mutated creatures and stuff like that, a little bit, in this, like, it's like, no, the Ice Age brings along with it these Jiangshi and these Yetis and all these cool creatures that just add a little bit of extra flavor to this end of times apocalyptic story that just makes it real fun, right? And it's fun because it seems to kind of utilize this idea that, like, we know there will be another Ice Age, and this is what it will foster, or these are the creatures who will inherit the earth from us, and all the technology will crash because of the cold or whatever. Super cool, super fun to do a flyby. I like the haunting nature of, like, the language, and the, like, I would be a butterfly, and I prayed for a purge, and then, like, the algae clinging to everything, and being a sea full of algae, and uh very cool, very fun. And I like that in some of these posts it's like just a few weeks pass, and then in other ones it's like, years later or a month later. Very fun, very cool story. Shout out to you, Electronic 2 7421. All right. Last story of the night, as far as I know. I might, keep streaming, but I kind of just want to watch some stuff after this story. So we'll get through this one, and then yeah, who knows what I'll do, but I just want to say thanks again to all the authors. You know, I hope that, if you posted on the post on of mine, I hope that you see, or, some of you authors talk to each other, and I hope that you guys are seeing that I am kind of covering the stories, and I don't really have a rhyme or reason right now to why I'm covering certain ones. I'm doing my best to just kind of parse through them. and I'm hoping to start a document that has all the ones left on it that I haven't covered, so then I can just go through the list methodically and make sure I don't miss any. But yeah, that's the goal right now, is to just get through, and I feel like I've done, pretty good. I wouldn't say I'm like halfway through the story, but I've done a fair amount of these stories now. So I think there's about 40. I'd say I've done, at least probably 10, maybe 15 after tonight. So I'm just hoping that if you commented on that post, that you guys are seeing that I am making every effort to get to your stories. And then if your story is like a multi-part or like a novel, if you post it on that post, I'm gonna try to at least read one part of your story. There are a few, like I said, that like the account got suspended, so I can't see the link, or like I can't. It's a link on somewhere else, and so I can't like I can't download the story from Ko-fi without an account. So there are a few kind of exceptions, or things that make it a little bit harder. But if you posted a link with your story on Reddit, with a link to your story that's posted on Reddit, or if you sent me a link in chat in a DM, then yeah, I'm certainly gonna make every effort to get to your story. And yeah, I just really appreciate you guys. So thank you. Subscribe. All that good stuff. I'm trying to at least have a little bit of a following, so that I can read and discuss these stories with the chat while I'm live. Tonight, I don't really blame people. I streamed pretty late. I streamed at the time most people are sleeping, so you know, it is what it is. It's not a big deal. I don't mind just reading the stories and reacting to them, but it always is a little bit more fun when I have some people in the chat to bounce ideas off of and talk about interpretations and stuff. So if you're interested in stories, if you're interested in you know horror and introducing yourself to other authors and new types of stories and seeing what else is out there, please consider subscribing, and or even don't even subscribe, but just check out my channel if you see that I'm live, and just click on it, and maybe you'll hear something that you like. Maybe you'll hear a story that inspires you. That's one of the main reasons I did it too, is because like I'm working on stuff too. I'm a writer, but I also just am like, I want to know what else is out there. I want to know, so much of Creepcast is like classic creepypastas, or it's like it's new stuff and it's old stuff and whatever. And I was like, I just want to know what people are writing right now. Like what is the state of non-professional internet horror right now? And by non-professional, I don't mean people who, yeah, I don't mean the stories aren't good, because a lot of them are fantastic, and a lot of them are still even good. Maybe they're not like professional authors, but they're still good stories. And so by non-professional, I just mean that like these aren't people who, these are people who writing's probably not their primary job or primary whatever, and they're doing it strictly just for the love of the game, and because they want to feel, they want to see what it's like to write a story, and they want to feel creative, they want to do something creative. And I think that is really undervalued in our society. And there's this whole sentiment that like, well, if you're not doing it professionally, you're not, it's not, you're not really a writer, or you're not, and it's like, no, anyone can be a writer. Anyone can tell a story, give it a shot. can have fun with it. And that's the other thing. It's like a lot of times it's just people having fun, and I love that, and I have fun reading it. So I'm like, hell yes. Like that story of like I think I'm dying, right? Like that story was so fun. Some of these very cool, very creepy, maybe weren't as like fun, but still awesome, you know? So that's why I'm doing this, and I appreciate anybody who shows me any kind of support. Appreciate you. All right, so we have I drive at night, or I drive a night taxi. I think my latest fare is wearing my last fare's skin. Sorry. Now I'm getting weird again. I keep being like, no, I don't want music. And then I'm like, I kind of do. No. It's just hard, man. It's hard because I want, like, I don't like when it gets real quiet in these early morning hours and doing this stream. But at the same time, I'm not, I'm not like, I'm not trying to have music that really overpowers the story. I just want some little chill vibes to accompany it. So we'll try this. We'll see if this works. If not, we'll go back to the one we were doing earlier. If you ever feel that place in which you're so broke, you ever feel that place in which you're so broke, the amount in your bank account is as much a philosophical concept as it is a number, where you have to choose whether you can afford a pack of ramen or bus fare that could potentially take you to a job interview? That is my reality. I'm Leo. I majored in philosophy. Now I'm the guy who gives you a lift home when you're too inebriated, too impaired, or too oversized for your britches, drunk to drive. My cab is a mobile monument to regret. Its aroma is a whiff of a decade worth of beer spilt, lemony smelling disinfectant, struggling in a losing battle, and a ghostly hint of depression. My boss, Stan, is a piece of work. A capitalist ghoul who'd bill his own mom for her final trip to the cemetery. He pays me peanuts and a percentage of every fare. Yet is watching my every move through the GPS tracker and a dash cam he claims is my protection, right? The only thing it protects is his investment. Unit 74, you're moving into a dead zone. You sleeping out there, college boy? The voice on the radio was as rough as sandpaper. I've got a pickup on 5th and Maple. Don't make them wait. Time and money, and you know all about money if you ever owned any. Copy that, Stan, I muttered, flipping the radio off. Your empathy is truly overwhelming. The city was never like this, or perhaps it was. And I was lucky enough not to notice. Now, through a windshield, and I was lucky enough not to notice. Now, through a windshield streaked with city grime, I see it in all its splendor. The gaps in the pavement, the neon signs struggling to stay alight, the vacant expression in people's eyes. It wears you down. The only way you can resist is by laughing. No matter if it's into the abyss, humor is my shield. Frail, yes. Hold. Humor is my shield, yes. Frail, yes. Hold, absolutely. But it's all I have. The armor fell off in its entirety last year. The funds dried up. I did stuff I don't list on my resume. Let's say it taught me that philosophy major is a specialty business, but there'll never be a lack for a young man willing to put a smile on his face and play make-believe for an hour. What? Oh God, I think he's saying he was a prostitute for a while. It kept a roof over my head. It also left a mark on my soul that does not feel transient. This cab was my attempt at cleaning it off. An honest job, a lousy but honest one at least. These days though, the city's decline has gained a sharper edge, a sharper focus. You've all heard the news. He goes by the tailor. They can't stop discussing him in my fairs. 7:02 p.m. Two college kids curled up together, reeking of cheap vodka and terror. And they say he doesn't just kill them, Becky, he bears them. He terrified the Carlson brothers half to death. And it's so damn wrong. One of the girls glared at me through the rear view and shuddered, as if there was something communicable in death and I could pass it on to them. 7:45 p.m. The host on a late night talk radio show, his voice a gravelly baritone dripping through my radio, and citizens are being advised by the police to be on their guard. Man who's been called the tailor on account of the meticulous nature of his crimes has been linked by investigators to at least 6 metropolitan area murders. The violence is without precedent. We'll be taking your calls after this. Silence. You're on the air. Frank from the North End. Hey, hello, responded a rough voice. I'll let you know what's going on here. 10 times is what's going on here. That's a demon. Ain't no human could do that. You can't convince me otherwise. 1010, the parcel. I found them in the rain-wetted warehouse district, part of town where the streetlights quit and drown in puddles of oily water. 2 men, hoods up, shoulders slouched against the rain. They slid into the back, bringing the scent of wet concrete and nervous perspiration. 4th and Mercer, and keep the meter quiet, yeah? The window guy growled. He sported knuckles that appeared to have lost a debate with a brick wall. Got it, I told him, turning off the meter. A little on the side work. Stan didn't require orders. I was the one who needed it. They were silent for a block. Only the swish swash of the windshield wipers. Then the guy in the center, a nervous-looking type whose eyes never did quit darting, began hissing. Telling you, man. It was a light batch last time. Shut it, Knuckles pointed in my general direction, looking my way. Me, I'm just saying, man, Frankie's skimming. He thinks we're stupid. We're stupid if we're... We're stupid if we're talking about it in front of one of the guys made a gesture in my general area. Me, the hired help. I looked at his eyes in the rear view and blinked slow and uneasy. I see nothing, I hear nothing, and no one blink. This is a critical skill in this business. They eased up a tiny bit. That's funny. That detail, very believable. I do believe that's a skill that cab drivers, really even any Uber driver or whatever, probably does need to know. And I like that. That's very funny. Very, very well written too, I have to say so far. Like I'm enjoying this. The characters are real. The dialogue very realistic. I like this idea, of like kind of, a lot of times you get a cabbie as like a working class, whatever. I like this idea of this philosophical ex-prostitute guy who's clearly very smart and, like witty and has a sense of humor, but he is so like depressed, like those lines of like, my cab is a testament to like depression, and like all those lines I think are just, they paint a picture so well. And although it might be a sort of cliche setting in terms of it being like, I'm picturing like a New York, or maybe it's London because it said mum earlier, but I don't necessarily for sure think that it is. Doesn't matter. The whole like idea of like city, and now he's got these like wise guy criminal mobster types in the back talking about somebody skimming and all that stuff. It's all very cliche, but it's like well executed cliche with a nice like texture that just goes to show that like if you're confident and competent like as a writer, like you can lean into the fun tropes and the cliches. Like you don't need to like fear them or avoid them or be like, these guys got in and they were talking about somebody skimming, but they were sexy, or like I don't know, they were like a businessman in suit, like, which that would have been believable too. I could totally believe some Wall Street guys like doing that same sort of thing. They're all crooks too, but like my point is that tropes and like stereotypes and what are that way for a reason, and it's fun for me as a reader to like get what I expect and be like, oh, I've seen this 100 times, and then flip it or then change it. It's like, but you have to give me that first. You have to give me the typical mobsters in the back of a cab, whatever, worried about the cabbie overhearing them. You have to give me that sort of a scene in order to subvert it, and that's what I think this story is gonna do and has already kind of done, even with just the term, like you have a philosophy, whatever, major person driving a cab, and I think that's already really fun too, and it makes sense that he would kind of have this strong inner dialogue of his life that's going on. I think that they eased up a tiny bit. The remainder of the trip was a strained, wordless negotiation in breathed whispers and wave gestures. I left them on the corner, illuminated by a bobbing sign advertising a pawn shop. One of the guys produced a 50 for a $10 ride. It was nothing, he said, without glancing in my way. He He was already scanning down the street. "Oh shit, man, thanks, bye, have a good night," I said. He didn't respond. They disappeared into the shadows between two skyscrapers. When I drove away from the curb, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Out of the alley they'd walked through, a darker shape, a big, strange shape, breaking off from the shadows. Just a flash. I blinked, shaking my head. Trick of the light, the rain on my windshield. Clearly my tired eyes. I pushed the thought into the background. I was clutching a $50 bill. 11:02, the punchline. Up, you gotta jump. No climb. "11:02, the punchline." The next pickup was in front of a neat club. It was too hip hop for a sign. She was jumping up and down on her feet. Not from the cold, from mere anticipatory energy. A notebook was pressed to her bosom as if it were a shield. He leaped into the back, a blur in fishnet tights and a leather jacket a size too large. "The Laughingstock Club on 4th. Floor it. I've got 5 minutes to make a difference, or at least receive a free cocktail." I chuckled, an honest chuckle. "Tough crowd?" "Toughest. That is a room made up of other comedians, piranhas. You bleed and they'll know it." She inched in close, her voice hushed and confidential. I can feel it. I've got my lead bit and it's my crappy car's existential breakdown, and I'm positive I left the oven on. "Seems like a good angle to me," I commented. "My entire night is a comedy routine." Involuntary material. Earlier, I got a guy who was certain his dog was an emotional support alpaca. Her eyes lit up. "No, swear to God." And I got a business type dismissal woman on the speakerphone since her child was down with the flu. He told her family is a weakness. She let out a gasp and turned into a laugh. "That's horrifying hilarious. What did you do?" "What was I going to do? White-knuckled the steering wheel? Made a pretty morbid joke out of it to myself after he left. That's how I handle it." "Pretty good at that, aren't you?" She scribbled feverishly in her notebook. "You ought to give it a go. Get up on stage." No, I'm good," I said to her, my smile breaking. Burden of the city shifting back onto my shoulders. I just set him up. I don't care. I just set him up. I don't give him a line. Pulled up at the club. It was a basement entrance under the strip club. A line of downtrodden looking people waiting, betting, or being let in. "Well," she said, thrusting a pen into my palm. "Goodbye. Time to go feed myself to the piranhas." "Break a leg," I said. I said it. break a leg. I said it, I really meant it. She smiled at me, a brilliant, terrified smile. Shut the door. I stood there and watched her disappear down the stairs into the club, shifted the car into gear, and looked in my side mirror. For a moment, I could have sworn that there was all individual long dark coats standing in front of the street, motionless, looking at the identical doorway she vanished in. The street was busy. It was like nothing. It was busy. It was likely nothing. Another weird on a strange night. I shrugged it off, attributed it to the long shift, and drove off. I wish she killed it. 12:30. Hold on, Athena. 12:30. My fair Mr. Harrington, businessman scumbag, was on the phone. No, I don't care about the barricade. Cops put. Just go around it. Probably another of those Taylor things. Foolish. Bad property value. Just get the contracts in my hand by tomorrow morning, or you'll be hunting, or you'll be job hunting. Terminated the conversation inside, as if speaking directly to me. A chair that could speak. The city is going to the dogs. Terrible business climate. I gripped the wheel in a tight knuckled grasp. Yeah, a tremendous tragedy. All those. 1:15 a.m. An older woman, her eyes bulging with a type of morbid excitement. My friend Mabel, she lives nearby. They found the last one. She said the police were greener than her grass. Said the poor thing was posed like a doll. Can you imagine? That's what goes on in that show I'm hooked on. Of course. It's a heck of a lot more exciting if it ain't straight in my own yard. I dropped her off, feeling sick. Exciting? Through it all, my shitbox taxi developed a new quirk. A heavy thump from the trunk. Not the usual suspension rattle, this was dense, shifting weight. I'd been driving, lost in thought, and thump, like something was rolling back there. A74. What was that? Stan bellowed on the handhold one night after a particularly loud one. Probably the spare tire coming loose, I lied, my heart in my throat. Well, tighten it. That tire's worth more than your share tonight. The final straw was a mom and a child. The child was screaming, stomping my seat with little angry feet. Thump, thump, thump. The mom scowled at me. Can you do something about that ride? That's a roller coaster. You're disturbing him. The anger, the constant humiliation, the fear that had been simmering for months finally boiled over. The road's a mess, ma'am. I don't control the potholes. I just drive the damn car. She spent the rest of the ride in a huff complaining about service people these days. I drove till I reached a vacant industrial area. My hands trembled. I got down, shut the door, and howled till my voice was hoarse. I kicked the tire so violently, a shock of pain traveled up my leg. I'm not your fucking therapist, thump. This wasn't a shift. This was an answer. A heavy, wet, meaty thump from the trunk. Ice water ran through my veins. The sounds. The cars riding lower, the fares, the people discussing the Taylor on my radio, the ones I've dropped off and haven't seen since. My hands were trembling violins as I fumbled for the keys. They scratched against the lock before finally sliding in. The click of the trunk release was a gunshot in the silent night. The lid swung open. The dim yellow light flickered on, illuminating the nightmare. He was huddled up there, lost in his rubbish. He was dressed in a cheap gray suit that was the size a size too big. No, he was a size too small for it. He started to move. The sounds, good God, the sounds, a soft, wet, squelching sound. The sound of things sliding against each other that shouldn't be sliding. He sat up. The slack material of the suit coat shifted with a low, sticky schluck, as if pulling tape off of a damp wound. Ugh. That's good imagery right there. He swung his legs over the bumper. His shoes were too big. He stood up, and his body settled with a soft, moist slap. The sound of loose, dead skin adhering and pulling away from muscle underneath with every tiny movement. The suit was all wrong. The suit wrinkled and bulged in places it shouldn't. The cuffs on the shirt covered his hands, but I could make out skin at his wrist was loose, baggy, overlapping, a rubbery glove filled with water. He stepped closer to me. Squish, schluck. Then the godforsaken scent struck me. Then, above the stench of my cab was something different. A sweet metallic odor, like spoiled meat and pennies, masked by a bitter chemical scent of ammonia and cheap dollar store soap. His face was almost calm. What do you want? What do you want? Play now. His face was almost calm, but it was wrong. The skin around his jaw was slightly loose, creating a jowl that didn't. But it was wrong. The skin around his jaw was slightly loose, creating a jowl that didn't move, sink with the bone beneath. His eyes were the worst part. They were alive, horribly intelligent, alive, staring out from within a mask that didn't quite fit. Late on shift change, he told her. Interesting. Late on shift change, he told her. His voice was a parched rustle, as if book pages in a tomb were turning. I was getting worried Stan would phone again. He's rude, inelegant. I was silent. I could not breathe. He gestured with a hand back toward the city lights. The skin of his wrist folded and wrinkled like an accordion. That girl, the comedian from earlier? She had good timing. You gave her quite the setup. He'd heard me? He heard every stupid joke, every muttered complaint. He stepped again, squish. He was within inches of me. He could see the pores in this purloined skin, and I could see the pores in the purloined skin. You do see it, don't you? He breathed, his voice low and husky, his head inclined, and the flesh on his neck withered, showing a tiny puckered line of stitches close to his hairline. The rot, the noise, the disrespect. You make jokes about it lest you be screaming, and I simply scream differently. My head, in a helpless bid to save itself, did as it could. You're an artist, I choked, my voice restrained, like a morbid interior decorator. The loose flesh around his mouth folded into something like a smile. It didn't cease, it collapsed. And you are the best audience I've ever had. He reached out his hand. It was no threat, it was a proposition. The hand was a lattice work of fine white lines. We can graze the garden together, yeah? You and me, Leo? Start with Stan. I've heard what you think of him. I've been listening all along. I gazed at his hand. I could make out the impression of someone's fingerprints on it. I gazed through him into the seemingly endless darkness, into empty road, and into a future of being walked all over by everyone. The fury was intact, a hot burning coal in my heart. This was it. The final punchline in the joke that was my life. The suit with a breathing skin that squelched with every breath now waited for my response. I am typing this in the cab. He is in the trunk again. I did not hold his hand, not yet, but I'm driving. And Stan is waiting on me, tells me I'm running late on my shift change, telling me it comes out of my cut. He is right, I am late. I think I've created a fare that'll pay off my debt once and for all. That was a lot. That was a good, solid, fun city story. What do you think of that, Stella? You like that one? Tell them what you think. Say, I like that one. That's good. Are you gonna cut off my skin and wear it? I think you might. You're a little predator. You're a little creature of the night, aren't you? That was so fun because, like, great imagery, great characters. I love the part about stand-up girl and him giving her, like, the setup and humor being his coping mechanism. And then I love at the end that he's kind of just, like, I don't believe he's evil, but I do believe that he's like, this guy's gonna fucking kill me. But for whatever reason, he, like, chose my cab, and he kind of respects that I hate, that I see the filth of the world and I, like, hate it too. And so because of that, he thinks, like, we're aligned, even though I don't believe our protagonist is really evil. I don't even think he necessarily wants to kill his boss. I think he's just like, this guy has been hiding in the trunk of my cab, and I'm gonna pretend like I didn't fucking see him, and whatever will happen, you know. And I think that, you know, so I think that that's where we kind of end off. But I mean, I really like this character, and I like, you know, the killer, obviously creepy, wearing people's skin. I don't believe he's necessarily a monster, although maybe he is. I mean, he is a monster, but I believe he's a human monster. But yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I think this kicked ass. I think it was good, competent, like, poignant writing, humorous, but also not like the dude is, like, trying to be funny. It's not like every line needs to be like haha, but that sort of, like, dark city, morbid, like, New Yorker humor. to my live. But yeah, like, just from the very beginning, from this very first paragraph, like, it's nice because he brings you into, I assume it's a he, although we're never really told or no, his name is Leo. Okay, so I think we can assume. But he's like, he gives you an entrance into his worlds so that even though you have no idea what it's like to be a cab driver, it's like, we all know this philosophical feeling that he kind of brings up where he's like, you know, or this realistic, like, I'm penniless, I'm so broke, is much a philosophical concept as it is a number. Like, yeah, I don't have 2 pennies to rub together, you know, that kind of thing. Like, and it's like, my cab is a mobile monument to regret. Its aroma whiff of a decade's worth of beer spilt, lemony smelling disinfectant. I love it. I've had jobs where they use lemony disinfectant. Like, it just already, I'm in. It gives me a picture. I feel like I have a good sense of where the story's going, but also like it's the type of thing where, like, a lot of stories like to start off with like, my life sucks and this is why, or this is why things are shitty. But this one does it in such a way where it's quick. It captures your attention and your senses, but it's not too, like, depressing and like, I'm just fucking sick of it, you know, and what is even the point, and life is blah blah blah. Like, it's not overly depressing, or, you know, and the fact that he, you know, your empathy is truly overwhelming. The fact that he has this, like, this sense of humor, you know, is very, it's endearing, and it makes me be like, well, at least he's taking it in stride. Like, he does try. He knows that his job sucks, that, you know, this sucks, but he got it because at least it's honest work, and he just kind of makes the best of it with his sense of humor, right? And even the female comedian, like, brings up that, like, you know, well, you should go up on stage, like, you've got, you know, you've got the setup, or you got the chops. And I like that. I even kind of want to read that whole part again about, you know, like, with the comedian, just because comedy is one of my interests too. Like, I want to kind of read that whole section again and just make sure I didn't miss any, like, jokes or puns or stuff, you know what I mean? I want to go over it again, but this was really fun. And again, it's like, yes, I feel like he kind of made a deal with the devil at the end, but in a lot of ways, he's like, bro, this serial killer is, you know, almost like kidnapped him in a way, or like co-opted him in terms of, like, who knows if he'll ever drive him again. But if I found that dude in my trunk, you know, I would not be like, I'm calling nut, like, you know, I mean, I might run away, sure, you know, I might, like, get in the car and try to lock the doors, but, like, it's sort of that thing where it's like, well, what do you do when the guy's like, you and me, we're cut from the same cloth, we both hate the scum, right? yeah, okay. Yep, sir, I hate everyone. Yep, kind of thing. Like, I feel like you'd almost have to play along because you're like, I don't want this guy to fucking cut off my skin and wear it to my birthday. It's coming up, So yeah, very, very fun and creepy, but it's almost more creepy because the killer is like, you and me, we get each other. We're gonna be pals, right? Like, that's really, like, yes, the descriptions of the skin flopping around was good and stuff, but to me, the horror comes from he's been in your trunk the whole time. He's been like killing your fares or, just killing people nearby where all your fares are. And it's fucking creepy that now he's like, you and me, we're a team or whatever the hell it is. Like, that is is just as creepy as any like final kill or final moment when he realizes that, like, oh, this guy was the killer or that guy was the killer. To me, it's creepier because with the beginning of the story, it makes you believe that, oh, it's one of his fares. Like, he dropped one guy off and then the next guy he picked up is one of his skin. But no, it's like he didn't pick him up like that. The dude just been hiding in his trunk. And I also think it's so creepy. You ever get a thought that, like, you're driving down the road or you're stopped at a red light and you look at the car in front of you and you're like, what if this trunk just popped open right now? And this isn't even like scary as in it's a killer in the trunk, but what if the car in front of me, what if their trunk just popped open and like a person was tied up and ran and started to run, and then the car, like, pulls out of traffic or whatever? Like, what would I do? And to me, like, trunks of cars, like, they have this sort of this allure to them, right? Because they are this sort of like hidden little space in your car that anything could be in, whether it's a bag of drugs, whether it's a fucking dead body, whether it's a live body, whether it's a serial killer's like kill kit, his Dexter Morgan, he's got his plastic and his amnestic drugs or his fucking, sedative drugs that he injects people with and all that stuff. It's like, you just never know. And like, how many times have you been driving by a car or a house, this applies to a lot of things, and you're like, there's times where I see a creepy house and I'm like, what if there's just a bunch of like imprisoned people in that basement, you know what I mean? And of course it's like, well, if I actually thought that there was, like, that would be a whole nother story and I would call the police. But there's just times where it's like, these things don't occur to you until they just do. And in this story, it uses that to great benefit, where it's like, my cab developed another weird oddity. I keep hearing noises from the trunk. And immediately I'm like, well, bro, check the trunk. And it is kind of fun that the story waits a second and like builds that up. But at the same time, I'm like, well, either the dude is in your trunk, like the killer's in your trunk, or he's planted, like, and I even thought maybe our driver is the killer. I was like, maybe he just doesn't remember and he's killing people, maybe he blacks out, sort of a thing. Or maybe there's there's something in his trunk and the killer's gonna end up framing him. But we open the trunk and surprise, it's the killer. And at least in our narrator's eyes, he's a horrible person. But in our narrator eyes, or not in our narrator's eyes, but in the killer's eyes, our narrator is actually the one person that he gets along with, that he's like, bro, I get it. People are scum, or whatever. Like, you deal with so much shit. It's why I've been following you, because I'm like, this is a target rich environment, you know what I mean? And so it's just so creepy, and it's such a fun little twist at the end, because we get a serial killer story and we're like, twist, the killer was so and so all along, or twist, the call was coming from inside the house kind of thing. But no, this is a fun twist where it's like twist that the killer's like, you and me are gonna be pals, right? Huh? Don't make me cut your skin off. Like, that is so fun. And I love that ending. And I just love this general character. I think it's a fun character. Again, it's horror in the city, right? It's horror where there's people around, where there's whatever. People are probably desensitized to it, and people are, if they're in New York, it's like they don't give a fuck. They only care about themselves, really. But it's a horror story, especially with stories. I love seeing stories like this. Like, this totally scratched that itch for me of like, give me some like urban city slicker, people coming and going, no one really giving a fuck, people being dismissive of each other. Give me a horror in that type of setting, because in some ways it's so much scarier, because it's like New Yorkers or people who live in the city, they've seen so much stuff that it's like, it's almost like scarier, because it's like no one's gonna help you if they just see a guy on the side of the road with you and you're a cabbie, and they see that this guy's got like creepy skin flaps all over his face. They're just gonna, and even though there's this killer on the loose, people are gonna probably be like, not even put it together, and they're gonna be like, look at that fucking guy going to Comic-Con or whatever, like people are just gonna drive right by. And that's even scarier, because despite being in a place where you have all these people around and you think like, surely somebody would help me or call the police, it's like, no one gives a fuck. So it's even, it's the whole like 100 witnesses sort of thing, where it's like a crime happens and no one's around to see it, and then a crime happens and 50 people are around to see it, but only 10 people look out their windows or like turn on their lights when they hear something bad happening. They hear someone yelling for help, and only 10 people look down on the streets, called the bystander effect, and only 3 call the police. And of those, because the noise stops, they all 3 hang up before giving whatever, any information or for whatever. And it's, there's episodes of op shows and stuff about this, but like, it's totally like, well, everyone else just figures, well, if it's really bad, someone will call the cops, or everyone just else figures, well, I don't want to be involved, and so somebody else will do it, or and there's all these things, and it's horrible. It's such a sad react that people will do this. And that's why, I've always been taught that, like, if you're sure something bad is happening, like, if you're sure, not if you're sure that it's happening but it might have stopped, but if you're sure that it happened, you heard someone calling for help, it's like, that's what the police are there for. It's like, what I mean, call. I can understand, okay, if you're a neighborhood that like doesn't trust the police, I can understand when people like that don't trust the police. But I'm talking about like when people on a busy street all see something fucked up happening and everyone just walks on by. Everyone's just like, it's not my problem, and that's just apathy. That's horrible. And this story definitely has that kind of baked into it, and that's kind of fun. And it makes sense that everyone else is apathetic towards our driver, other than maybe the comedian. Fair, she talked to him and treated him like a person, so I hope she's okay. I hope she didn't get murdered. But everyone's kind of apathetic to Leo, to our cabbie, our main character. And so it kind of makes sense that he would just be like apathetic too, and be like, well, I have to get back for ship change. Like Stan is taking it out of my paycheck, so I got to get back, and whatever happens. Everyone else kind of writes him off, so it's believable that he's just gonna keep moving, and he's not gonna give a fuck either. And that to me is just so fun. Very I think a great way to end this stream, but also like, I really like the story. I will definitely check out you know, other stories that this author has. If you happen to be watching this, Icy Surround 5567, please, like, you know, send me more of your stories. I'll try to remember to like check out your profile once in a while to see if you post more stuff. But if you have more, I'd like to read it. I think this was awesome, very fun story. Especially if you have more like in the city horror, I'd love to check it out. So, sorry, this happens when I get tired, but I get like, forget to breathe. So I gotta breathe and I gotta like, calm down. But this was an exciting story, and I think it was really fun. And you know, it's only 5 days old. It's from No Sleep, and so it has a good amount of upvotes. That's good to see that people are still reading and stuff on No Sleep. And yeah, I just think, you know, this kicked ass. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the other authors, you know. Here, let's go. Electronic 2. I'm not gonna say the full names, especially if there's numbers. AfraidNovel. Oh Hi Mark 01. CustomerCareSkeleton. And TireMunchingRobot. Thank you to all you guys. Yeah, I hope that you all keep writing. You know, keep read other people's stories too. Comment, like, you know, do all the stuff. Support people, especially like within the Creepcast community or on that subreddit. Like, you know, and on Creepcast submissions too. Like, go support stories on there, go post your stories on there, go help you know, strengthen the community, because I know a lot of writers do feel somewhat dismissed or just not really noticed by the community at large. And so I think it's just important that we all do that, and as much as we all want to be writers and authors, I think we all need to be fans of good stories, great stories. So let's do that. And thank you everybody for stopping by. Appreciate you. If you're watching this after the fact, appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's gonna do it for me.